So
Was this Charter Muni or is this, what do you mean charges for court common pleas?
this was for common pleas. Um,
Common pleas, okay.
and you pay, so I had to pay the $200 fine fee, and I'm working on trying to get that back from them. Because they're like, well, there's no way for us to show that you're filing, you know, as indigent counsel. So
Right,
I'm like, I'm
right.
already on top of that. So it's like, yeah, no, I definitely like.
Oh my God.
Hey, Jack. Good morning. What the fuck? Hold on. All right, man. Okay, yes. Okay, guys, please. I get it. It's not fun, and this is not. I get it. It's Monday morning, but okay. You know, Karen Reed. Let's go. Day one. Sound is very choppy. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up. Hold on. Let me see if this helps. I don't know if that helps at all. I can't tell. So I don't know if that's working. All right, so we got Karen, guys. Like I said, sorry, I thought I set it for 9:30. Karen Reed, this is going to be interesting, and honestly, we don't know what's going to happen. There are a bunch of basically there's two narratives. Either Karen Reed did this, or it's a massive police cover up, and a bunch of his friends beat John O'Keefe to death. Those are the only two options right now. The defense has gone down that road. That's their narrative. The prosecutor saying Karen Reed hit him with a car and left him to die in the snow. That's it. There is no third party that's going to come out of nowhere. There's no, I guess, there's going to be no surprise because these are the only two options. Let's see here. So I don't know what's going to happen with this case. Either, well, Luke, yes, but the idea is either the people in the house killed this guy or Karen Reed killed this guy. There's only two options. There's only two options. There's not going to be a third person showing up. So it's going to be very, very interesting. And I wonder, that's where we are, because there are allegations that John O'Keefe suffered massive injuries that don't indicate he got run over by a car and are consistent with running over by a car, but we won't know till we get to the coroner's report. I mean, there's a lot of this we won't know. Cedar Road says motive. I don't know the motive of the other people. It sounds like a dog and somebody bit, and there's some issue with everybody getting drunk and fighting each other. Yeah, maybe we'll see. We'll see. And Jason says, yes, the Boston police and the Massachusetts State Police are very corrupt. Yes, and the district attorney's offices in Massachusetts don't inspire confidence either. But once we could do all that, you got to prove it though. I get it there. I get it there. Cops in Massachusetts, but that's still. I don't know if it's going to be enough. You're going to have to show it, and if it's there, then fine, we'll see it. But right now, I don't see it. Mm. Rob saying, "Did she run over his head?" I don't know. I don't think we've seen all that yet. I don't think we've seen everything that she's done or hasn't done. And it's going to become very quickly. Yeah. So for Karen Reed, this is all in or all out. And honestly, I'm fine if she's found not guilty. If they can show that there's reasonable doubt, great. But like I said from the beginning, it's the people running around touting her and carrying her banner give me pause to think, well, what am I really jumping into? And that's something I've done on all these cases. When you see like the what the hails and all these other ones, you just don't yeah, Last Poet says the phone stuff's powerful. It can be. It can be, but what I try to say is you hear about a piece of evidence, but you haven't heard anything about its presentation yet. So just because you've seen, well, there's phone evidence of this or that. Okay, but we haven't heard anything else. And I know there have been some hearings in the lead ups to all of this, but still, just saying, we haven't heard it. They haven't run that play yet officially in the game, so we don't know yet. I appreciate that, though. It's going, and I guess my point is just when you hear all this stuff, and I'm like, I'm willing to be a little late on the draw because I just don't jump on the first thing out there. And that's the funny part. I don't jump on the stuff right away because I'm willing to do my homework and do it the right way. Melvin saying Turtle Boy is a scumbag personally, but his reporting is right on the money. Oh, and Darcy's bringing up nobody's seen Karen's phone. So you mean like it's gone, or we haven't seen evidence about it yet? That's interesting. I didn't know. And we're gonna carry opening statements. Yeah, they aren't starting till 10. I was checking earlier, so there was. Let's see if we can. Yeah, it's set for 10 a.m. So we're just waiting. We're just waiting, chat. We're just waiting. But I will say the funny part for Turtle Boy will be, let's say Karen Reed does get found not guilty, he's still gotta deal with his witness tampering, which he 100% fucking did, which that's gonna be hilarious. You beat a witness you help somebody defeat a murder trial, and you go to jail for witness tampering, like, that's I will say what he did, that was witness tampering. It was stupid of him to do it the way he did it. Kevin said the defense are not allowed to bring up third party in opening statements. Um, well, we'll see. We'll see about that. I don't know if they've been allowed, but certainly if they can introduce that later, yes. Blaze, I kind of touched on it earlier. So John O'Keefe is a Boston police officer, and he's dating Karen Reed. They're in a relationship. After a night out, he's found dead in the snow, and the allegations are there's some crack on her tail light, and that she hit him with his car and drove off. Karen's claiming that this is a big cover up by the other police officers he was hanging out with that night at a big party. Everybody was getting wasted, and that they beat him up. And I forget the reason why they beat him up and threw him out in the snow, and he died there. So that's where we are. That's a big police cover up. That's the Reader's Digest version of it all. So what did Turtle Boy do? Turtle Boy basically would go around and Shugi show. I don't think he did witness tampering. Now here's the deal: when you're a reporter, you can go confront suspected witnesses and say, "I think you're a liar. I don't think you're saying the right things. You need to go fix it and go tell the truth." Cool. What you don't do is go on Facebook or Discord or whatever it is he did. It said, "Hey, chat, just so you know, I'm showing up here," and then 85 people show up with him to go do that to a witness. That's witness tampering. When you're bringing the entire mob, that's not how you do it. Even his billboard is fine. You don't bring a bunch of people to someone's door. I mean, especially like he does that in Massachusetts, fine, but you do that in like Ohio, somebody might come out the front door with a shotgun. You don't show up as part of a mob. It's never a good idea. Sunshine says the one thing that is known and not disputed is that everybody was pissed drunk. Yeah, that's the one thing I do agree I've understood. RP says I want to see Karen cut a last minute plea to testify against Turtle Boy. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Melvin saying they can't. Okay, so they're being allowed to say a general third party, and I think that's helpful because I don't think they know which of all those people inside actually is the true murderer, but they could say it's from the people inside, especially if he's got injuries conducive to a bunch of people beating the piss out of him. Kevin Dorse's Turtle Boy's embarrassed the MSP. Sure, he has, but all those things he did to Karen Reed are 100% documented, though. He brought like a mob of people to these places, and then he started doxing phone numbers of witnesses out like that. It's like you do that, and people are going to think you're trying to intimidate them. It's pretty obvious. You wouldn't do that here in Ohio on a case. So, we got a couple super chats though. Unknown Hero says, "I'm going to come." He'll come. Kevin Dorr says, "I've got a paying client on the phone." Is something most YouTubers don't say. Well, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And Kevin says, "And the cops who investigated this are friends with personally connected to the people in that house." Well, that's not uncommon in law enforcement that they have, That's a given. That's a given. If it's any cops at all, that's gonna be, they're all brothers, brother. Hold on. Me, brother. There we go. Brother. They're all brothers. And Jason says, thanks for covering the case. This will be interesting to hear the experts on both sides. Yes. So, with that being said, today I can cover it. Tomorrow I got stuff. Wednesday I got some stuff. I think Thursday I can jump back into it. Um, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, like if I'm not covering it during the day, guys, I will try to do like a recap in the evening. But that's gonna be the best I can do. This is gonna be a 6-week trial, apparently. And I only say it's gonna take that long because we just got done with the George Kelly trial out in Arizona. And they said it was gonna be 3 weeks, and it was almost 4 weeks long. It was a complete disaster. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Kevin says, watch the case. They're way connected. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I'm not disagreeing with you. Law enforcement always, like, anytime they're involved as suspects in a crime, it's very hard to trust investigations that other law enforcement parties have done. So that is, hold on. Todd Botshine is saying, if you didn't pause when you first saw a 40s man called Turtle Boy. No, I think that's something he's used forever, and it's just you use a nickname and it sticks with you forever. There's nothing wrong with that. Luke says, you did Michelle Dracunis. It's truly going to be less mind numbing than that, so you'll be fine. Also, being on the fence will make you sweet super chat money. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I have not done any of the I've looked at some basic filings by both sides, so I understand the basic defenses Karen Reed's alleging in her basic theory. I understand the prosecution's basic theory. Kevin says, yeah, you do have a lot of people in the house Googling how long to die of hypothermia at 2 a.m. Yep. I agree. But it's also the idea that if John O'Keefe stumbled outside and never came back, they could be Googling that as well. We don't know yet. We don't know. Like I said, you can't, it, you can, you need to be careful. Nina says, as a defense attorney, trying to hang your hat on one piece of evidence, you have to be very careful about that. Now, like the one thing I think you could probably hang your hat on is the coroner's report, because if she shows injuries of, physical blunt force trauma from people versus a car, that's different. But otherwise, how they're Googling things, or who's Googling what? Well, what time were they doing it? What was the connection to what? We'll have to see. Cop. Okay, let's see here. Jennifer Coffendoffer said that because she opened a tab at 2:27 to look at basketball, and she used that tab at Google. How long to die 4 hours later? The search will be recorded at 2:27 a.m. I don't know that. I don't know that far. I don't know that far about how that works. I'd like to know. So, oh God, Jason, I was wondering why it's so bright. I need to close the window or close the blind. Hope they don't search my Google searches. Yeah, the experts be figuring out the timestamps. And KT, yes, initially on its face, I would agree with you. That doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right. But I don't know that's the case. I mean, since I've started doing this, there are times when I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. And the expert comes in and shows, like, well, actually, this is how it works. And you're like, Well, whoops. I guess that's the case. Most of what Coffin-Doffray said has been bullshit. Like I said, I don't know enough to tell you that it's not. So we'll find out. We'll find out. So many people have had their phones dumped for this. You mean they've lost their phones, or you mean their phones were like hoovered up by the police? Charlie, yes, I did hear about this. They moved it into a smaller courtroom so people can see things and hear things better. And that's critical. That's critical. It's things you might not think about. It's got to be closer so people can do stuff, and it's hard in a big courtroom if it's not. And normally courtrooms are very good about their natural acoustics, but sometimes it is weird when you're in a normal courtroom and the acoustics suck. Voices don't carry, even with modern day aids such as microphones, things like that. It does not. And it's funny because I've been in a courtroom. There's one courtroom I was in so many times with Judge Zamuda. And you'd sit there with your client in the jury box, especially if they're in custody. You're sitting there and talking to them. You're just like, "Hey man, here's what we're gonna do." You're like, "Look, today you're like, hey, last, when I talked to you on Monday, it's like Thursday. You're like, hey, I came to see you on Monday. Remember how we talked about what we're doing today? Here's this. Here's what we're asking for. I am asking for a continuance. They haven't given us all this cover." Judge would say, Mr. Martin, Mr. Martin. Say, and he's in the middle of handling his docket. I'd say, "Yes, Your Honor." He'd say, "The timbre of your voice is carrying across the room." And I'm as quiet as I can fucking be. And I'd say, "My apologies, Your Honor." This would happen all the fucking time. I don't know. And I would put up a piece of paper in front of my mouth so you couldn't hear me. And I don't know how the hell he could do that and could hear me. It sounds like you caught the ricada bug. Does my voice sound that bad? Have you thought about, do I have something to say? I don't know. Do I sound? No, I don't. No, I don't. I feel fine. Have you thought about talking softer? Well, when you're talking like this, I don't know how much more softer or quieter you can be if people can't hear you. So, what are my thoughts on the buffer zone? It sounds like the court got slapped down a little bit, but there's nothing wrong with the courts creating a bit of a zone around it where it's allowing people to freely ingress and egress without interference from protesters. The way the court did it, though, like a 500-foot wide bubble, yeah, that's a bit much. It sounds like it got parsed down quite a bit. But no, the court does have the ability to govern some of its.
Football rise. Thank you. Please be seated. Quote is now set.
All right.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Oh
Can I
my
have
God,
counsel?
this is a small
Could we wait on the
courtroom.
introduction?
Oh, sure.
Could I just please see counsel at sidebar? Thanks, Chair.
Oh no, that's a real Massachusetts accent. A sidebar. May I see counsel sidebar? Oh. Charlie, I know you're up that way. Please don't tell me you sound like it's your cousin from Boston. Yes, the Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom, which I would object to being tried in because those guys got railroaded. So, you guys know what Sacco and Vanzetti are? Sacco and Vanzetti are two famous Italian anarchists who were tried for a robbery and a bank robbery. Well, they stuck up some money men from a company and they were accused of murdering them, and they got the electric chair for it, and it turns out that they didn't get a fair shake because of anti-Italian discrimination. So Tom says the defense wanted to move to a bigger room. Yes, but I would not do it in a room where something bad's happened. That's just you are tempting the fates with things like that. That is just that is not necessary. The courtroom's smaller than my breakfast. Yes. Lawful Lucas's symbols do sound that way, sadly. Your fake accent is not even close. Yes, Luke, I did see that motion today, and Richard Allen. They are now asking the court to preclude all third-party theories, which why doesn't he just file a motion saying, let's send the son of a bitch to prison? Because that's where they pretty much are. And you know what? Judge Gull is going to grant it. She's going to grant it. And yeah, there will be no justice for Richard Allen ultimately. Well, he's literally in prison, so no need to ask. Yeah, well. Wait, where's the jury seated? Off to the side. These are not the jury, guys. Law and Crime is not that stupid. They did not. That's not the jury. I can assure you that. That would be hilarious, though, if they did. The jury's, I think, on this side. So, like, at the bottom of the screen is where the jury is. Also, Parallax, if you're here. Yeah. Parallax, I just sent you a message in Discord. That's the O'Keefe family, yes. What would be good? That would be good. What would be good? Chugi's saying, I'm a little confused on the layout of the courtroom. This is a peculiar setup, but it's because the courtroom's not big. But I don't think they've shown us the courtroom here. And if I can find a picture of it, Carrie needs to watch her face. Katie, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate the support. Darcy's saying Carrie needs to watch her facial expressions unless it's a Boston thing. I don't. I get what you're saying there, but I don't. That's kind of funny. I think she's okay, though, because the jury's not in there yet. Although, that is a big problem in a courtroom like this. It's going to be so small. That they're really going to have to do a good job at preventing everybody from hearing the sidebars. Jason Lizotte says, if a person's allowed to participate in their defense, are they allowed to go up to the sidebars? Certain times, yes. Most of the time, no. Especially if they're in custody, that ain't happening. But if you're out on your own, yeah, you're allowed to approach. It's very finicky, though. It's courts generally have to take a second guess about how they're going to handle stuff, or a second look. Charlie says it's a Boston thing. RBF. Resting Boston face. Well, in this courtroom, everybody's on the sidebar. Yes. Yes, honey. Yes. Everybody, put your head down. We're talking. So let me see if I can find a. Let's see if I can find a copy of it or a picture of this courtroom. Let's see if there's Oh, come on. Okay, I don't want to see pictures of it from like 1921. Yeah, I can't find a generalized view of it. Hold on. Do you think Hannah Reid is in Gorilla Grip Scissor mode right now? She isn't now. She will be soon because all the girls on the tier are going to hear about that nickname. Just you watch. So, okay, let me see here. Digital Void saying off topic, I wanted to ask, but never catch you live. Supreme Court justice involved in a lawsuit and it goes to the Supreme Court. How's it handled? They recuse themselves. Typically, it's also if they decided it at a lower court level, not usually like a district court situation, but if they did it on the DC. So usually when the justices get first placed on the Supreme Court, they have to sit out a lot of cases because they're like, oh, yeah, I did this when I was on the DC circuit or the Fifth Circuit. So they sit that case out. But if they were named specifically in a lawsuit, yeah, they definitely would have to be out of that one. Yes, I did see this. The cop that pulled Nick over speeding last year is named Joshua Moonson. Yes, Sneed cop. Yes. Also, Parallax, thank you for muting me. Like I said, that was weird. My mixer was all shut off, so I don't know why it was still broadcasting. This facial expression will not help her. Yeah, don't. Apparently, Charlie's saying it's all good for Boston, so don't worry. Apparently, it's all right. Let's see here. What else? Oh, here we go. We're back. That's interesting. Courtroom's so small that the jury has to walk in front of the camera. It's a nice fan. High quality. Well, that's not a high quality fan. That's government spending. Well, RBF, yes. It's like I said, resting Boston face. She's a Boston 7. She opens her mouth. She's a 4. The media box is tiny and awkward. That's the other issue. They are in a different spot than they normally would be, it seems like, for most courtrooms. Mad says they don't even have proper air conditioning. Remember, a lot of courthouses are old, so no, not every courthouse will have air conditioning. But it's also keep the air circulating because it's. Let me see here. So I mean, it could all be different things. I don't know what they have there, guys, but trust me, you want a fan on. It gets very hot in courtrooms. A lot of hot air, chat. Yeah. Also, remember, it's been, I mean, like yesterday here in Ohio, it's like 75 degrees, but it was very, very, very humid. Very humid. And yeah. Oh, Tom says they have AC. Okay. Okay. Apparently they had AC in the courtroom there, but you're still going to want the fan going. Charlie says it's probably 100 in that courtroom. The heat is probably broken, and they have no way to regulate the temperature. That's actually that is a very common thing in courtrooms, especially some of the older ones where they have like boilers and things like that, where there's an issue about firing them, shutting them down, and refiring them. Courts do not like messing with it. One of the guys running it, they can't keep playing with it. So you're then stuck with an issue of you keep that on until you know for sure you don't need it anymore. So you get into like May and the heat's still on. The lawyer's supposed to think it's more than 80 degrees. So I don't know why they just put us off there. That was a little weird. Because that's normally like they're like, hey, we're bringing in the jury. Now we're not, and we don't have any sound at all. Which we can go to Twitter, we can figure out what's going on here because there are people live tweeting. I don't know if they're allowed to have their phones in with them, but let's see here. Oh, well, we're back. We're back.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Kenomi, now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May you see the court now in that discussion.
Okay, good morning, jurors. Jim, do you... Yeah.
I'm sorry, jurors, could you stand one more time and raise your right hands? Do each of you solemnly swear
I
you
have
shall
never
well
heard
and
that
truly
hear
try
ye
the
thing
issue between the
before.
Commonwealth and the defendant according to your
That's
evidence and
interesting.
according to law, so help you God. You can have a seat. Jurors, hearken to these indictments. 2282 CR
Hearken?
117001, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the County of Norfolk. Did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reed of Mansfield, County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, Did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in her blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13.5. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, did go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2)(a)(2). 2. To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial has put herself upon the country which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you are to say so and no more. Jurors, hearken to the evidence.
Thank you very much. Will counsel identify yourselves, please, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning,
Wow.
Your Honor.
Wow, that's weird that the bailiff does all that. That's super weird.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Yannetti, and I represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, good morning, jurors. Before we begin, I have to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet. The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yes. No.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last in court? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, jurors, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you'll hear about during the course of the trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation, so it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Giannetti can choose to make an opening statement or not, because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case, and that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many jurors in a case that's going to take a long time in case something comes up and a juror
15
can't
jurors is a
complete
good
his or her
number.
service. Let me
That's a
talk
good
briefly
number.
about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. The jury's function. You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial.
That's 100%
You're not
normal, guys.
required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely
Thank God
on
they
your
brought
own
that up
memories
now.
of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide. This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media, and do anything else to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view, and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
I'll do my best, Your Honor. Good morning. So as Your Honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you heard over the course of the impairment process, a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen Furbush, and they had two children who were very young in 2013. Now, in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically, passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Furbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Furbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the two children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they include Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with children and assuming this sort of role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him into more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece, who was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died, and his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense.
Guys, this is the microphone right here.
Sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted, and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant a blizzard essentially was coming in overnight.
This is kind of rambling. Let's go. The prosecutor.
Most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony, and you're going to see surveillance video, and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Camden Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a mail party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around.
Half this court's already asleep now. Let's get to the story.
Sarif and Officer Stephen Delaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Sarif, he'll have as an exhibit, anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. On the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means through the course of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The Several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters: Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodward. And at least from 3 of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there are some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts proved unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by 2 firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray, Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police weren't aware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They weren't aware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sullivan. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as as Mr. O'Keefe leaves. Mrs. Kolakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Cannon Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking distance away from his wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert.
You're losing me, man. Come on.
Morris. And they had had dinner at the waterfall.
It's fucking murder. Let's get to it. This is
now,
losing me
Nicole
here.
Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert, brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was
This is not going anywhere good.
He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to roads, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there.
This is not a captivating story.
Parents and her boyfriend picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. Now, once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier there were two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its lights, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observed that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further till it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxson from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights that the vehicles are facing each other before they pull down. There. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so they're arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator, matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming. We'll hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who is having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops, but she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a bunch of number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Terry Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as well, sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe to see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different calls throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some points prior to that she has a cracked tailpipe. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there is one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from.
Oh, okay. See, that's
and the extraction reports are done with a program called Zelle. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Zelle. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Kent police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony of Ms. Daisy Ormstead, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and Dr. Gary Fowler. You'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hannon, those all being from the State Police Lab. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear a testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the 2 children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and is sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is a approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant.
Dragon Chat, oh my God.
In front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with the homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there is references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. And makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role with Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. Because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, would testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully of the state police, from these faulty records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel, key cycles. Essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn on the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. You'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene at 34 Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who's essentially DNA analyst for the lab. Samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes.
Guys,
Mr.
this
O'Keefe,
is he needs to
broken drinking
coalesce
glass,
this.
that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe.
It's
Those
not
items
good.
were also sent, the taillight leases, taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located
At this
in West
point,
Virginia.
why do I
You'll
convict
hear from an
Kieran Reed?
analyst
You
there,
haven't
Mr.
convinced me of
Bradford,
anything.
indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, in his opinion, is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the Buffalo car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well. Lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Sportibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Hospital Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Sportibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of the scene. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to a subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis. Which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of two times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for the participation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Betty?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Kent on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Kent, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, And because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton Police Officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind, focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dayton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours.
If there's that much taillight missing, they were finding for weeks afterwards, the whole thing must have been gone. And I don't know that yet. That just seems weird.
Of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation? You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question? And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street.
He's starting to lose me now. He needs to wrap it up.
This is another big problem for the Commonwealth.
He's doing better.
You will learn that Michael Proctor, is that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Laughlin. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Laughlin. He asked Mr. Laughlin if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Laughlin had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have
That's
happened,
very interesting to me too. They didn't interview the
but you'll
plow
learn that
driver?
Brian Laughlin also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Laughlin saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Reed anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV,
He's got to be almost out of his
would
45
have had
minutes.
his torso completely exposed
How is this not
to the
that long
rear
yet?
of that vehicle, including to the tail light.
These are both
You'll learn
horribly
that no
long
part
now.
of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent
It
with
seems a
scratch
lot longer
marks,
than
claw
that.
marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was nobody there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m., but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, And not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and that witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
Or may we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
All right, guys. Jeez. Wow. The States was a snoozer. Like, I get it. Karen Reed murdered this guy. But that's it. That's all I understood. Like, John O'Keefe apparently is a godfather, and then People come to him, call him Godfather, Godfather. And then he teaches his blind nieces and nephews how to play ice hockey or something like that, and that's why he doesn't work on the street anymore. I kind of got lost there. That's all I picked up on. I literally tuned out for part of the prosecution's case they presented. The sidebar already. Well, they just finished the openings. That's not unusual for a sidebar. They're probably gonna be like, "Can we just go to lunch? Can we just go to lunch?" Yeah, it's Karen Reed. I thought I fixed it. Hold on, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. All right, there we go. It's fixed. Anyway, here is the defense wasn't much better, guys. Going through it, I mean, they started off, Karen Reed was framed. Like, you had my attention. Boom, right away. But then they started meandering. You guys even heard me at the end. I'm like, I get it, but you're just dragging now. Just like they were. And it's a bigger deal that it's a bigger deal as a defense if you start dragging. That hurts. So like the snake gets a C-. That was just bad. It was very disjointed. You could attack all the things the defense is going to bring up. Certainly you could do that. But you got to weave it into a story. He just kind of went like boom, then boom, then boom, then boom. Yeah, you have to coalesce things. The defense, though, I feel like they could have shaved maybe 5-10 minutes off that. Peacock says, Alex Jones responded to my tweet this morning. Hell yeah. That's some good stuff. Todd says, what is my IQ? Not very high. I am smarter than the average bear, but that doesn't mean much. Like, I don't know. I've never actually had it tested. Or if it was tested, they never told me, probably because it was so low. I don't know. Like 105, maybe? I'll never claim to be the smartest man in the world. I can promise you that. But remember, I've said this before, you have to tell a narrative. You have to be engaging. Remember, you're selling a story here. The story the prosecutor is selling, I'm like, oh. I've stolen plenty of picnic baskets. Oh, I have. Trust me, I have. You have no idea. The defense was good. It started out strong. But then he started just going, and he should have brought it back. But he kind of just kept going like, he just kept going. He just kept going. There are ways you can do this that work. But I just, in a bigger like I said, the bigger issue is for the defense. You really have to have it nailed down because the state can kind of phone it in. Remember, they're already ahead of the curve. And as a defendant, you're behind. You got to catch up. So I think overall that was really good. It's really going to come down to, I want to see the picture of this damn taillight. I want to see the picture of the taillight. I want to see, hopefully they actually have the taillight because that'll be interesting. Because it sounds like either this taillight is completely intact with like a crack in it, or it got like smashed out with a baseball bat equivalent. Lucas saying all the info he has is important, and that's fine. You can have important info, But you gotta string it together. You have to string it together, and I don't think they strung it together. Yes, with one headlight. Now, wait, I should be smarter. I'm 3% Ashkenazi, or is that Clyde? That's Clyde. Hold on. Clyde is properly smarter than Sean. Probably. Let's see, where else are you guys talking? But there is video of it being attacked after she dropped him off. No, I understand. That's why. The fact there were no visuals in this, I don't know if that's just practice in Massachusetts. There should have been some practice aids with this. There should have been some demonstrative aids because you can put stuff up. But they didn't even. I mean, if I was the prosecutor, I'd have put together a timeline. That probably would have helped a little bit more figure some things out. I'm gonna appreciate the hard work of finding all these taillight pieces. How many pieces are there taillights? That's my point. Like if yeah, there's just so much of this. It just doesn't. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. So Brent Rato says the fan cam. Yes, supporting this court for years and years on end. The fan cam. Well, it looks like the blades were cleaned at least, and they got all the dust off of it. Janet saying, I'm becoming a huge fan of the ceiling fan, hardest worker in this courtroom. I know, but all he does is just spin. Never makes any progress. Thank you, Janet. Nick is saying, if a dog gets addicted to, thank you, by the way, for being a member for 2 months. If a dog gets addicted to blow, does it become a co-canine?
You're a funny guy, Sally. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last.
And then Walter Malone says for $4.99, any chance you get Turtle Boy on for an interview or will be called in as a witness? I think he's very likely to be called in for a witness. More importantly, he's got his own criminal matters pending. And I know he likes to talk and do all that. I don't think it's fair to people who are currently facing criminal charges like that to come on and talk about their cases. I don't think that's fair to them because it just incentivizes or makes it more likely they're going to talk and mess up. And Robert Lawrence said earlier, oh no, the judge had a Stanley Cup. I saw that. And then Katie says they'll get clam chowder every day for lunch. Oh, yeah. Clam chowder is nasty. Got chowder. I think I start working my Boston accent now. I will say that was very interesting. Hearken ye. That's some Pilgrim stuff right there, which I remember everybody does it differently, but that was just so damn funny. And then I guess he's the magistrate. He read out all the charges. Still, that's weird. That is just weird, but hey, everybody does it differently. And remember, we were in Connecticut for Michelle Trakunis. And it wasn't that weird, but they're literally right next to each other. So, what do you know? What do you know? Well, the state objected to timelines being presented. Okay. So are they going to lunch? I don't know yet. Normally they'd be on the record for that, but I don't know. Let's see here. Where is yeah, hold on here. Where Kieran Reed's not even trending. So let's see here. Come on now. Also, if you guys are new, my name is Potentially Criminal. I'm also known as Sean. I am an attorney over in the Cleveland area, and I practice criminal defense law as a primary area of focus, but I also kind of general practitioner otherwise. Let's see here. Let me see if there's any updates, because Twitter is normally pretty good. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't see anybody saying anything about it now. I don't see if they're going to. Let's see. Normally they would say something what they're doing. Hmm. Oh, they're doing a 15-minute juror break. All right. So they're on a juror break. They're going to get started right away, it looks like. Surprised they didn't call us back or let us hear it. Let's see. If not, this is a long ass sidebar. Well, but I think at this point they took a break. They didn't tell anybody. Which is a little frustrating. But hey, tis what it is. I am. Where are. Where are. Oh, this is actually interesting, guys. There is a video of some people trying to interact with Karen Reed at the beginning. This is actually while she was walking into court. We could look at this for a minute. I think it will be interesting. So here we go.
Oh, I didn't see it. Nice.
I made it back.
You made it back? Don't act like that.
Any comment on this morning, Karen?
No agitation. No agitation. You got it?
Yep.
No agitation.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Let her go peacefully on both sides. Okay. Within the buffer zone. If you want to do your thing outside the buffer zone, sure. But inside, it's a violation of the court order because we can threaten, harass both sides. So that's fair for both. So either haggling.
Sure.
Interesting. That was kind of. So is this Grant Smith Ellis pro Karen or anti Karen? Katie says, will Karen testify? I think it's far too early to say that. And I will give her attorneys credit. They didn't bring that up. And that's very critical because if you make that promise that it doesn't happen, you've lied. And now you're hiding things. Right now, it doesn't sound like that state has a strong enough case to convict her. So you don't necessarily need her there unless it's bad. And I guess I'll say it like this. When it comes to the idea of you having to testify, normally you're going to have to testify when your actions, or you're admitting you've done something. And now that you have to explain to the jury why you did it. So very much like George Kelly. George Kelly's accused was the rancher in Arizona. He fired his rifle towards people who were shooting at him. He did an affirmative act and he doesn't deny it. You have to go on and explain it. Just like Nikolai Mew. He admits to using his knife. He admits to stabbing people. He's got to go on and justify it to everybody. Here, Karen Reed doesn't have to go on to say, well, yeah, I hit him, but I have a good excuse. She's trying to say, I didn't run him over. I didn't touch his ass at all. I don't think she needs to testify, but she might have to. This trial can unfold a lot of ways that are not good for her. So it really does come down to how does this shake out, and we're not within sniffing distance of that yet. Has she been in custody? No, she's been out on bond. Did I see the Afro Man remake of Getting High with Hunter? Yes, I did. It's hilarious. It's very, very, very funny. Also, he's pro Coffindoffer. Karen Reed is sat down with NBC. So the state's likely to reintroduce her version there, yes. I'm so sorry. Yes. 1 if by fan, 2 if by Reed. That's so damn funny. Any news of George Kelly yet? No, we don't have an update yet. Remember, it is just now after 10 o'clock out there. So I don't remember what time their hearing is at. Hold on here. I think it's set for this afternoon. But I will check. Yeah, 4:22. Yeah, they're at 1:30 p.m. So 3:30 Eastern time is when we'll find out what happens. So not right now. Not right now. So they haven't refiled yet, but we don't know if they have. Well, remember, content, they've already had their charges filed. They don't have to refile charges. They still exist. And then real quick before we get started, Rockman 1976 for $10. Thank you. Real quick. Karen Reed was an Australian cricket player. I would like to see her penalties for violence. Thank you very much for the support. Yeah, she's got a $100,000 bond. All right, here we go.
Please remember that the opening. Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, call to call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Dad.
Mainstream, please declare.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth,
Hey,
and nothing
Vice's
but the truth, so
people.
help you God?
Thank you for being
Thank
here. I
you. Make it
appreciate you
Steve.
guys stopping by. You guys started just in time. First witness, here we go.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K''E''E''F''E.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister, Kristen. And, excuse me, brother, John.
And what was sort of the order and age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job in working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John, did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a, large enough house to take on 2 other children. So my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say 4 years, until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton and moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships and well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman, Amy, that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
So, clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today? Can you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
No
Yeah.
objection.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Ms. Reed and your brother, Johnny, had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19
Consider the dickhead's a cop, pretty high odds,
correct?
Jeff. Thank you.
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing. Didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what, if any, what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my two daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the two of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol had been involved. I recall her complaining that he wasn't nice to her, or something to that effect, and I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both, or
both?
Both your brother and the defendant.
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. You recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Ms. Tallali, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Uh-oh, I don't even know why we're having a sidebar now, chat. I don't know. I'm not sure. Why is Johnny Sins on the stand? Okay, so there are a couple questions here. One about Mommy Sings, what with the ceiling fan? So if the jury is coming and going, I guess the way the camera's set up, we will see the jurors. So that's why the camera's got to pan up and out of the way. Guys should be careful about how I did that. We're not throwing it's a little early in the day to be throwing up a Roman. But that's why they're doing that. Livid Pigeon says, we raid for this clown show of a trial gladly. Thank you. And then legal advice is for 5,000 won. More wons than in Harlem. Says, Sean, what are the odds any of these witnesses have ever eaten at a Denny's with a police officer? Well, pretty high considering the dead guy was a cop and all their cop friends. Now, the true question is, did they know what they were getting? Did they know what they ordered? Did they know what they ordered? Did they know what they ordered? I'm just saying, did they know what they ordered? Did they? Peacock says these are towns in Ohio. Yes, there is a region of Ohio called the Firelands where Connecticut and Massachusetts war refugees built towns and renamed them. The Rockman says he didn't like my super chat. Yeah, I did. I read it. I just didn't know who Karen Reed was.
You were in
cricket player
Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your
You're being
stay in
very
Aruba,
naughty, Jeff.
with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a new point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition or not?
Big snowstorm hit the area, and we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th.
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either you, your children, or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans.
Was it like a
for the
3
children
a.m.
on
basketball
Saturday.
game? Nick can sympathize.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th, so the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30-ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee in high school. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then Patrick's national math scores came back, and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent, your brother John had sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now, you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow, and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call, and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning.
It sounds like
and
the Bob's
just
Burgers
continued to get
guy.
worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you, and your brother was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Ms. Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Miss Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area. And
as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm?
Most of the injuries, so there's other injuries?
Markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
Doesn't sound like it.
After about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
We went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
You, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as, couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened? What did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Just probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts, and hers and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
Know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about the children?
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was quick phone call, maybe a minute. Like I said, she just asked if she can come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts in her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other
that's
cars.
the interesting part.
I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the front?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you have the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time?
Sounds like there was a lot of snow already.
Was the defendant at the house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking?
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or is she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dighton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what if any improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
Court, all right, please. Close those notebooks, put them on your chair.
When you cheer. So we have ceiling D on here. The clock in the court's wrong. That's not uncommon, especially with like older ones where the clock's built on the wall. Yes, they're going out to have lunch. I'm surprised she didn't say, "We prepared you free clam chowder." Just oops. The clock is going backwards. They're never going to escape. Yep, there's a ceiling bird. But that ceiling bird will never chirp. It's wired in. So, guys, yeah. What do we think so far? This is... Does anybody I know I'm convinced Karen Reed did it. So yeah, this doesn't sound like a woman who killed somebody. Really, to me, I'm not convinced she. Yes, it's only one witness. But still, what is all this? It is just awful. And yes, the Tony Soprano breathing. The guy's just absolutely. This was an Afrin commercial. Yes, it was. Yeah, this wasn't impressive so far. And if this is really the state's case, ooh, this is like Jeb Bush prosecuting. You do have to have a little bit of fire and a little bit of panache when you're the state. You can't just kind of fucking flub it like this. This is, yeah. I am not impressed. They've had all this time to prepare, and this is the best they can do. Just not good at all. Not good at all. Jeff said we named the ceiling. We need the fan ceiling Dion. And Chugi's show is saying maybe he was killed because he was better at ordering from Denny's than all the other officers, and they got jelly. You know. Do you think the other cop may have been Michelle Obama? Because she's like the Egyptian police? Lucas saying, God, that podium so far from the stand. It's not. You have to be far enough away that the jury fits in between you. Because you have to talk across all of them to talk to your witness. If you're in your podium and you're partway up the jury box, everybody behind you can't hear you. And then you're not really looking directly off to your side. You're positioned in a way you're kind of behind, being positioned in a way behind the jury box does help. And here, let me see if I can pull up a picture here. Let me see. Where's a good example? Where's a good example? Oh, actually, this will be helpful. This will kind of help to demonstrate things a little bit. This is not that courtroom, but it's a good aid. You want to have your podium like right down here. You don't want to be like, let's say you put your podium right here. Well, then everybody behind you, you're basically cutting the jury in half. And you want to talk across the jury, and this is presumably the witness right here. Although in a courtroom like this, they probably get to sit at their table and ask questions. If I had to assume in a courtroom like this, because I don't see a podium, although, this is all for the court staff. This is all court staff here. But let's say there was a podium. Even if you put the podium right here, let's say the podium is right here or right here, you would be angled enough that you're looking this way, but you're also able to look this way without really moving your head too far. That way you're engaging with the jury. I hope that makes a little bit of sense. Because if it's not in the right spot, you're almost kind of boxing out half the jury. Young is saying, are the openings worth something to rewatch? Watch like 10 minutes into the defense's opening. The rest of it was not impressive. It's happening with Harper, or it's happening with Harper. I don't know. Are we scared, or are we happy it's happening with Harper? I don't know. I mean, Harper might be our friend. Harper also might have a knife. I'm not sure. You just don't know. It's saying, what is the point of his questioning? Well, the part of it is it sounds like he had intimate knowledge of the lead up to right before and after everything happened. He also knew his brother very, very well. There's some of that joy of life, the family connection. Some of that is at some point he's probably going to cry and get real sad. He's like, I saw him in the hospital. His face was all swollen up and he had marks on him and ooh, woo, woo. That's meant to elicit issues from the jury. So there's tactics behind all of it. There are tactics behind all of it. And thank you for being here, by the way. Yes, Michelle Obama, the Egyptian Police Department. I think this witness has taken a few punches to the face. Well, that is true. Paralegal, as your thoughtful look is turning me on. Mark is saying, what motive are they claiming she has? Remember, they don't have to prove motive. They don't have to prove motive. They just have to prove she did it. And motive's hard because you don't know what somebody's motive truly is. Well, they might have to prove premeditation, but my noise gate's too good, couldn't hear the breathing. Okay. Did the judge give instructions not to discuss the case? Oh, yeah. She said that. She said, this is the first of many times. Martin is saying, oh, where'd that go? Martin is saying, hope you guys are doing fine, giving you some European vibes. Well, thank you. We're doing all right. Heather says, the courthouse opened in the 1830s. Welcome to Massachusetts. Shit is old here. Yeah, that's one of the neat parts about out east. Things are old. And, well, things sometimes are old. I mean, there are parts of New England where the buildings don't predate 1676 because they were all burned to the ground in a war. But yes, generally speaking, most stuff out east is old. Very old. Did you miss anything good? Not yet. Not yet. Yes, her name is Karen. That's her motive. That's her raison d'etre. She's like Agent Smith. She's like, I compelled. I must do it. She's like, do you smell it? The smell. I must destroy it. Wait for the photos to be entered showing the dog scratches. Remember, though, Karen's a white girl. And it sounds like there's a dog involved, so... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I think the ceiling cats yeeted him. Katie says, thoughts on the New York DA got pulled over? Oh, yeah, I was working on putting something together last night, and I was tired, so I didn't finish it. But I'm going to try to work on something tonight after I get done with locals and whatnot. If I had done what she had done, here's what happens to you or me. Get down on the ground or I'll kill you. This is what happens. Also, this is not real. It's a training aid. YouTube. That's what happens to you and me. The idea she was allowed to wander around in her garage. She almost got to go in her house, which the police would have been well within their rights to chase after her. That's hot pursuit. She was allowed to go fumble around in her car. She didn't produce her license. She was belligerent. Yeah, guess what would have happened to me or you? We'd have been cuffs. And here's the funny part. Let's say that happened to me or you, and we were in because that's Rochester, New York. Let's say me or you did that. Here's her or one of her underlings at the bond hearing the next day. Your Honor, we'd asked for remand. Well, Your Honor, from the police report here, it indicates that he was driving 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, refused to stop, engaged the police in a chase through a suburban neighborhood during rush hour, tried to flee into his home, refused to respond to police commands, reached into his vehicle multiple times, was aggressive and belligerent, and would not provide his driver's license or identification, and then attempted to use public officials, his sway with public officials to bully us. Uh-oh. Oh, that's just they're on. Okay, sorry. They used our public officials to attempt to berate and exert authority over these police officers. Your Honor, because of that, we'd ask that they be held without remand. That's exactly what would happen. Exactly what would happen. The bigger thing is, though, those cops were made to look like bitches in front of the entire world. Everybody in that town now knows their cops are bitches. You give them a little lip and, all you got to do is you make a phone call and they're like, oh, no. They should have drug her into the, if you wanted the cops to be respected in that town, they would have drug her ass into the back of a car and booked her. Do you know what people would have learned? Our cops are straight and they don't screw around. Now we know they're straight as a wet noodle. So yeah, I was very offended on both sides of that. It's my brother's favorite line from The Matrix. It's the smell. Darcy for $50. Thank you, Darcy. Thank you very much for your support. It says, thanks for streaming this part. Well, we got the other part today. We still have a second part. Thank you so much. The content lasagna says, can I get a clip of that? A clip of what? Katie says she was such a bitch using her power. Yep. Yep. Wisconsin Blee says, wait, a DA did this? Yes, the DA of Monroe County, New York, where Rochester, New York is, was driving and refused to stop for the police till she got home. And by the time she had pulled into her driveway, had the police chief on the phone. Yep. Yep, they should have fucking tased her. There's a chirp? Who chirped? Hold on. Are you saying this? I mean, sometimes this squeaks. Yeah, if that's what you're... Or every once in a while it'll squeak, but that's... People are like, oh, you're chirping. And I'm like, no, we're not. Bernice says, I am a recovered heroin addict to 12 years. Well, congratulations on your recovery. Yeah, congratulations, and I hope you keep it one day at a time. And yeah, look how far you've come. So congrats. I went to prison for drugs and I didn't murder anybody. Yep. Coming up on 10 years clean, June 2nd. Well, congratulations. It's not easy. 10 years too. Here's the 10. Here's the 10 more. Here's the 10 more. It's Medicare mask is for $5,000. Whoa. Yes, the prosecutor is over 20 miles an hour speed limit. SB Seller says, who prosecutes if she fights it? They would have to bring in a special prosecutor. That would actually be a big issue if she tried to prosecute it herself. Oh, the chirp is coming from your locals page. Reformed Convict says, congrats on your sobriety. I'm a decade clean as well. Congrats to you too, Reformed. Paralegal Liz been a member for 1 month. So the witness just blew the defendant a kiss. Yeah, I didn't see that. We might have to go back real quick and take a look at that because I didn't see that. But we're gonna... Yeah, here we go. Let's...
Break. We'll break. Place to take a break.
Perfectly fine.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please. Put them on your chair.
I don't see it. Is it on... Liz, is this on Twitter? Because I don't see it. We just rewound and I don't see it right there. Vin says she already paid the ticket. Yeah, but she should still be investigated. She still needs to be investigated. Bush saying, is that legal? I mean, he could say... I mean, she could fight, she could pay it, but her actions require looking into. Porson said, "Did you see Vince filed responses?" No, I'm hoping he did. I can't wait. We have to read that one, chat. Oh, at the hospital. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes. Okay, you guys really confused the hell out of me here. Jim says, "I wanted you to know, even though I'm a big time YouTuber now who spent 20 hours on 3 different streams this weekend, I'm still here as a fan and friend of your show, Shahan." I heard you, Jim. You did pretty good. I found the one stream and you did pretty good on there. The kissing was at the hospital. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I thought, but it made you guys sound like he blew a kiss in court. And I'm like, did he do it again? Yes, he blew Karen in the hospital. That's exactly what happened. Sleuthy Goosey. Hi, Sleuthy. How you doing? I was off camera dabbling in my gambling addiction. Just trying to do some work. This isn't the only thing I do. It'd be nice if it was. But yes, hi, Sleuthy Goosey. And guys, if you are looking for people out there who do, talk about different cases that are going on, things that are out there online, Sleuthy Goosey is a person who does do that. And they're not like Jennifer Coffindoffer, not a career fed. So if you guys do get the chance and you're interested, it's not a bad place to look. Here, not a bad place to look. So, Aaron says, "Do the injuries, blood, and swollen eyes, the witnesses, or sound like a fight, or sound like exposure to the weather?" A little bit of both. When you do get really bad frostbite and exposure to the cold, your fingers will swell up. Like they swell up like little balloons. I mean, the body reacting to cold in severe situations, it's really rough. But also getting hit in the face with the back end of a car can cause trauma too. So we don't know. It's gonna be where the coroner's gonna come in, and maybe we see some pictures. Sleuthy says, "I'm on Twitter, Lamal. That's my home." Yep. What it don't sound like is a car hit. Well, I don't know yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Patty says he was 6'1" and got hit by a taillight. Well, if he was, your body can be in a position where the taillight does hit you in the face. Was he sucking the tailpipe? I don't know. But here we go. Here's an example of, and you guys, you don't have to this is safe for work. I promise I'm not going to show you something real nasty. But just so you understand, how the hands get swollen, the body swells up after frostbite. Here's a really good example. Here's an example of trying to see you guys. Well, don't see people with their face falling off, but here we go. Here's an example of some frostbite on the face. I mean, it swells your face up. It's not pleasant, but it does happen. And then here's an example of what your hands look like in frostbite. The frostbite gets bad enough, your fingers swell. And if it's bad enough on your face, your your body will swell up. I mean, it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon. So, yeah, you see you guys showing it there. It's pretty bad. It's that those are hands. And those aren't even the worst. And then here's an example of a face getting swollen up by frostbite. It's not pretty. And this is kind of mild. This is kind of mild. But let me see if I could find a better face. Hold on. Because most of the ones of frostbite face are like that guy who climbed Everest and lost most of his actually, here we go. This might work. Here's a guy. Here's a guy with some frostbite to his face. There you go. Give you a bad day. This is from a guy who was on the Iditarod. I mean, like, it'll swell you up that bad. It will screw you up that bad. Show the pictures. Well, there's one guy especially. His name's like Beck. Hold on here. Yeah, Beck Weathers. Guy lost everything. Like, frostbite will... Yeah, actually, here you go. Like, if you're on like Mount Everest, this guy was on top of Mount Everest. He had summited and got stuck on the way down. Suffered oxygen sickness, among many other things, and was left up there to die and got rescued. Lost his fingers. I think he even lost a hand. Yeah, he lost a hand, and he lost a bunch of fingers on the other hand. So it's and he lost his nose too initially, but they replaced it. And this is days afterwards. Look, it's green, the grass, and there's grass here and there. He got back to civilization, and this is his face still. Frostbite's no joke. Frostbite is very, 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 very dangerous. Do I have John's autopsy pics? No, I do not, Sleuthy. Do you? I think I follow you on Twitter. Hold on here. Yeah, Sleuthy, I follow you on Twitter. Here, I'll send you a DM. I do not have his autopsy pictures. If you have them, I'd be thrilled to see them. Alpha says, leave Rod alone. Yeah, now let's take a look. Let's see if we can find some pictures of John O'Keefe. Bob says, how can an alcoholic's nose freeze? Cece says he didn't go up there to die. He went there to live. Yeah, which some experience. Yes. Got your nose. Well, some of those people, like, their nose is like a prosthetic attached to a magnet. So you can, like, boop with it anyway. Yes, frostbite can happen in minutes. Very, very easy to happen. What was the temperature that night? I don't know, but it sounds like it was sub freezing, which is enough. Yeah, Mr. Sniper, the Chosin Reservoir was very similar. A lot of guys got frostbite. Yeah, it was in the teens. That's enough. That's 100% enough. All right. Let's see here. Okay, let's see if we got some pictures. I got your picture. I'm coming with you. Alrighty. Oh. Okay. All right. So here are some of the pictures. Apparently, thank you from Sleuthy. So, well, I mean, he's got a little bit of swelling in his eyes. This is, was it what I was expecting? No, that guy, the brother made it sound like he got hit by a Mack truck. And he's like, his eyes, his face was so swollen. I'm like, I mean, I was kind of, the way Andrea Burkhart kind of mentioned it, you think his face was going to look like he got Donnybrooke'd. Yeah, this doesn't look that bad. I mean, I've seen people get severely injured. I've seen dead bodies. This isn't just I mean, there's a little bit of swelling here. By Francis, I've never seen eyes swollen like that. Well, that could be, at least from my personal experiences dealing with these things, if you have a skull fracture like here, which falling on the cold hard ground, I don't know if he cracked his head on the pavement or what, because it sounded like the snowplow hit, and I don't know, like, do we know for sure the snowplow never hit this guy's body? Because that could have torn him up really bad too. But if you have a skull fracture, you can have swelling in your eyes. You know, this idea that he was beat up by people, that could cause it. But if you notice, he doesn't seem to have like ocular cavity like damage. There's no damage to the ocular regions. Like other than the eyelids themselves, it's like the eyes suffered an injury, but you know, the like when people like an orbital socket, like we don't see any injuries in here. You know, no bruising. The nose does not look like it got broken. And I thought part of Kieran Reed's theory is that these guys whooped the shit out of him. Well, this doesn't look like a guy who had the shit whooped out of him. We can also make the argument, well, Sean, he was in the cold, that keeps the swelling and stuff down, which, yeah, but part of the way they treat you in these situations is emergency heating. They heat you up really quick. So I don't want you to die. I mean, this injury here, is that bruising? Is that frostbite? I don't know. You don't know. That's kind of faint. But these are an issue. What are these? What are those? And what are all this? I understand this is possibly from the dog. And, you know, the dog finally realized he wasn't a white girl. He's like, oh no, row, row. But still, that's a lot of, that's not, dogs don't scratch like that. Especially like these ones here where you have one and then the other one kind of vectoring off the other way. Kind of like they two separate vectors and then scratched. You know, you just see like a little scratch here and then doubled up ones. And then this one here looks like it's a couple together. Then there's this. Some of these almost look like Rafiki trying to go Simba. And I'm not trying to pick a fight with anybody. I'm just looking at these. I'm just trying to look at these from an objective standard. And yeah, here's the hand as a better picture. I don't know what that is. Because if it's is it defensive wounds from fighting? I can't tell. I can't tell. I mean, it's not a it's if he blocked, and you hit the flat, like the back of his hand, maybe. Or let's say he was, if he's pimp slapping people, you slap up here. You don't slap with like the back of the hand. And that's not somebody just said a boxer fracture. You wouldn't fracture it all the way back here. You don't fracture back here. You fracture up in the front because that's where you hit. You don't, ow, God, that would hurt. Just thinking about it. You don't hit like that. And even if you hit here, you don't fracture in the back. Devin says that doesn't look frostbite, and that could be the beginning of frostbite right there. The snow would help with swelling to an extent. To an extent, is he bleeding from his eye? Yeah, and yes. He's thawing out. He's thawing out. Yeah, the brain bleed will cause eye swelling, and yeah, if you have a depressed skull fracture, you'll bug out. That'll bug you out easily. Boosh says this guy's face was hit by a car hard enough to kill him. I don't think so. Well, I don't know what he hit. I mean, if they could show, look, he would have cracked it on the sidewalk or the curb or something, maybe. He says, look like someone hit him in the back of the head and knocked him out. Sure. I think that's perfectly, that's a reasonable theory. And at that point, that's reasonable doubt, in my opinion. I'd say that's a better theory than the state's, but we haven't heard the state's theory yet. The front teeth of a dog nipping. That's a lot of nipping. 13. That's a lot of nipping. Yeah, I don't think that's not a boxer's break, Sleuthy. Yeah. Like I said, that's going to be, you'll do it right here. You don't break all the way in the back. Because that's what, if we're arguing that discoloration right there is that far back, that's not bone breaks. It's a defensive wound, maybe. Looks like an ejection mark. It could be. It's an IV bruise. Sure, it could be that. Unless your knuckles are hardened from repeated fractures. Yeah, this isn't one of those situations, though. You can fracture further back, but that's not that would be an abnormal reaction to the trauma to break that far back in your hand. Not saying it can't happen, but if it did, even I think any doctor would agree that is not at all within the typical injury you would ever suffer. W. Master said they said he was on the grass when they found him. I don't know where he started. Happy Nova says, can you get bruised while you're dead? I mean, you can kind of, but not really. Because at that point you're no longer. It becomes an issue because bruising can appear like if you're injured and then you die. Like, are you saying like if somebody hurts you and then you die, can the bruising, like I punch you in the face and then you die, can you get a bruise on your face still afterwards? Yes. That's the thing. Like most of the time when you have bruising, it's because something traumatic happened. Blood may pool in the body though, and that's a different matter. But that's typically what happens when someone's dead because it's a gravity issue. The swollen eyes are from a skull fracture. Okay. Bush says, is the rest of his body being damaged like from being run over? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, this is funny. This is fun. I cracked my head at pre-K. My grandma wrapped me up. Yeah, well, that's how we used to do things. Just rub some dirt on it. There's no mark from the catheter, no IV mark. Okay. Ben says, is that post-mortem? Yeah, he's dead. Those are autopsy photos. Tin Man saying if John's wearing a heavy jacket, yeah, that could have left some weird teeth marks. It's just... Sloopy saying he was found 12 to 14 feet from the road in the grass and mulch. Okay, well, that's a problem because the snowplow's not... A snowplow wouldn't throw a body like that. I mean, if it was flying at, like, highway speed, maybe down the road. But also, he would have got chopped apart, so... Yeah, the fourth, usually fifth metacarpal is a boxer's fracture. Didn't report any fractures in the hands. Well, that's what I mean. Like I said, it's the wrong spot. That doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just that is extremely abnormal, and even the ME would have to say, yes, that's not expected. He may have been laying on his hand after dying. Yeah, maybe. Any number of things could have happened there. So they're saying, well, the ME also didn't say he was hit by a car, that he was murdered. So it's kind of retarded for the state to claim it then too. Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, if you're going to make these claims, like right now, Karen Reed is not guilty in my opinion because they haven't proven she did it. I'm not saying Karen Reed's not guilty because I think she's innocent. I'm not there yet. I just don't think that they've met their burden yet. Your grandpa cut his thumb off, then duct taped it. So my dad almost cut his thumb off with an axe. Pretty bad. I don't want to show you not safe for work. That was all not safe. Those were all safe for work. Those weren't bad. No damage from the chest or lower body. Okay. What proof do they have to show she was driving while intoxicated? What proof do they need? People saying she had been drinking that night and she was unsteady when she left. You don't need blood alcohol level to prove DUI. It helps make the conviction easier, but all it takes is someone to say you smelled like alcohol, your car was weaving, and you admitted to having some drinks. You're impaired. It doesn't take much. Content Lasagna says, I got fired today for looking at autopsy photos on the clock. Alpha Fox declaring it a homicide, okay? I knew what she meant. I think we all knew what she meant. Remember, guys, we try to be nice in here enough. It's kind of like Yellowstone. Also, since you're new, it's Yellowstone rules. I'm like Rip. If you want to fight, you fight me. I'll fight everybody. Either way, his injuries weren't caused by a car hitting him. Yeah, they're weird. Like I said, I don't think the states can prove it. I'm not saying she didn't do it. Put him up, fat man. Well, Brittany, I mean, think about it. If you're at a party with people and they say she was drunk and she got into a car and then she drove off and they're like, oh my God, she was falling all over and couldn't stand up. It's enough to argue she was impaired while driving a motor vehicle. By front says, I got to watch that show. All I've seen is clips. It's really good. It's a phenomenal show. You know, as much as 2.0 said it, she's right. It's a soap opera for men, but it's good soap opera. It's got a captivating story with phenomenal character writing. Taylor Sheridan is amazing. I will say that much about the man. He writes amazingly. How much for you to stop the witness from choking on the mic? I don't know. I don't know how to do that, guys. I don't know how. He's got the Sure, you're saying she left a cops party intoxicated and they didn't stop her? Yes, imagine that. Cops driving drunk. You know, cops driving drunk on their free time. You know, we'll put that story next to Dog Bites Mailman, film at 11. That happens all the time. Yeah, if you ever partied with cops, they get drunk all the time. Oh. Leafy Fifi Foo says, surely there would be other signs, tire marks on lawn from drunk parking. Well, she might not have been drunk when she was parked. She might have parked it sober. I don't know. But I get what you're saying. But in this case, can they say she was drunk? Don't make their case. I hearsay? No. A hearsay is an out-of-court statement to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Your observations that she was falling over, that she tried to jump on top of the table and danced and like slipped and fell right on her ass, and she had been doing vodka shots all night long. Those are observations. Those are not hearsay. Now, if a witness at the party says, Karen said something, then yes. You know, now you might be able to get away with saying, how was her speech? And now you're not offering that she spoke a certain word, but that her speech was slurred or incoherent. I would probably object if I was defense counsel, but that actually might get in. But you can't have it. There can't be people saying Karen said, I'm getting tore up, y'all. Now, those might be considered statements of a party opponent. You could also argue it's an effect on the hearer, present sense impression, a number of different ways to get it in. But their observations alone are not hearsay that Karen threw up in the toilet, that she, was standing there just like showering vodka all over herself. All that would be completely admissible. Sluthy's saying, to be clear, Karen didn't go to the party at the house, and everyone at the bar said she didn't seem drunk. She's acting normally. Okay, that helps. And I appreciate that, Sluthy, because this is not one of the trials I had a chance to really, I didn't have a chance to follow it, but also, I'll be honest, the whole Turtle Boy thing kind of made me think this whole thing was a scam from the start. So I skipped it over for that reason. Alpha, be nice, you guys. Words matter. I'll show you some words mattering. Yeah, it's the feckin' Irish. The fucking Irish. But thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Pseudo Snark. Okay. For $20, thank you. Shekels because 1L is over. Congrats. Fucking Erie. I just wanted to hear that said out loud. Yes, the Erie Doctrine. Gosney says, bring Sluthi on. It sounds like she's busy. Sounds like she's like working. Best not miss, homie. How do you think you came about, son? Your mom and I didn't miss. Oh! So we're still waiting, guys. We're still waiting. Oh. And real quick, hold on. I got an email. What? An email. Oh boy. Hold on here. What did my calendar say? All right, we're good to go. Heck yeah. Stuff's working out. That's good news. Sorry for the dead air there. I had to check my calendar. How much longer? 12 minutes. Although we'll find out. Because we've had judges, we're like the judge in George Kelly's case, where we took like an hour and a half. We'll be back in 15 minutes. 30 minutes later. But we've also had judges like the judge in Connecticut where, we'll be back in 10 minutes and it's like 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Like, bam, we're back at it. It really depends. Ancient Homegirl Basic says, I did watch that. I actually watched that like when it first hit Twitter. Yeah, I have a lot to say about that. Kevin says, I know how TB comes off, and I understand that, but I learned about Turtle Boy when I was dealing with Chili DeCastro. So that's kind of what soured me on him. Is, the company he kept. And I'm like, well, Chili's a moron, so there you go. Like, yahoo! Let's see here. What do we have? The YSL trial is the worst for that. Yeah, well, the YSL trial is... The YSL trial is garbage on so many levels. And regardless of how you feel about former President Trump and his RICO case, this is a preview of how well the state's going to put it on. It's going to be an absolute dumpster fire. And nobody deserves, if you're going to be prosecuted, you deserve to have a clean and efficient prosecution. Whether or not they meet the standard is another problem. But this kludged, just disjointed gobbledygook that the prosecutor's putting out, it's a shame. It's a damn shame. I mean, these guys are sitting in jail because of the same people who can't get it to work. It's just absolute garbage from them. Put a YSL clip in. Well, we have a little bit of time here. Let's look. Apparently, there's a YSL clip. Alrighty, let's see. Alrighty then. Trend. Okay, let's see here. Share tab.
Okay, and somehow that statement has become you writing down that he identified Walter Murphy as the shooter. And somehow you're trying to get away from the fact that YSL, members of YSL shot this boy in the head. Whether it's a report. Okay, and somehow that statement has become you writing down that he identified Walter Murphy as the shooter. And somehow you're trying to get away from the fact that YSL, members of YSL shot this boy in the head.
Is this the detective saying I didn't write that? Because it's kind of short right there. I guess it's missing a little bit of context.
There's a report
on this here. share your screen. I wanted to listen to it first, which I don't, Trenton, this is not, I don't get it.
Okay, and somehow that statement has become you writing down that he identified Walter Murphy as the shooter. And somehow you're trying to get away from the fact that YSL, members of YSL shot this boy in the head. Whether it's a report. Okay.
So if this just happened today, I think I need the little bit before that. It's not, well, I get what you're trying to say, but I need to hear like the little bit before that, because I get it's kind of a gotcha, but if I don't hear the lead up to the gotcha, it's not as powerful. Like, I don't really know how big the gotcha was. Lunch is over at 2. The detective's saying that. No. I like I said, I get what you're saying. It's just not. I mean, heck, we might just open this up and try to find it here. Oh, YSL trial, day 275 at this rate. Let's see. Why is this not loading?
Make artwork, that wasn't, it's not.
Okay, that's Brian Steele. You said 2 hours. Let's go. Here we go. I think this is it. Here we go.
In this court, Your Honor. Investigator Gaither, as we sit here in court today, that note that you wrote on 7/13/15 that D'Angelo White identified Walter Murphy as the shooter or the person who shot. As we sit here today, is that an accurate report of what was said?
I was saying to get a question is asked and answered, sir. Let's move on, okay?
Well, I'm just.
It's asked and answered. Move on. Thank you.
The report you wrote that D'Angelo White identified Kelvin Treadwell as ordering the shooting, was that an accurate report?
Yeah, I'm going to object. Basis. I don't think he answered that. I'll rule the objection.
Sir, that's what I wrote. Let me ask you, this document that I'm reading off of this photo lineup,
which is states
73 BBA. Thank you, Your Honor.
See, now this is actually, now he's laying it out. He's completely wrong about everything.
When you left the police department, what did you do with this? What did I do with what? You have it in your hand? Yeah, what did you do with it when you left the police department? Did it go in the case file?
I stand in objection.
Did you, 73 BBA, the photo lineup that you wrote on, did that go in the case file when you left the Atlanta Police Department? I believe you just asked me the exact same question that you did before. I didn't. Could you please answer my question? What's your question again, sir? 73 BBA, photo lineups, when you left the
Sounds like he's trying to get her to admit she destroyed it.
police department, did these photo lineups end up on the 5th floor?
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation. I stand in
What did you do with the photo lineups when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor.
She has not answered that.
She's answered.
Oh, Trenton, I'm not saying anything. I'm not trying to throw shade your way. That 15 seconds was good, but this is even better. Holy cow. This one's falling apart on the stand.
Already. It's asked and answered. Move on.
She answered.
She's asked and answered that question, sir. Please move on.
Did you do anything different with these police reports than you did with the other police reports that we can't find?
Objection, Your Honor. Injecting facts that are not in evidence about the leaking. I stand in objection.
We have this one though, but you don't have the other police reports, right?
Objection vague.
State objection.
Hey,
That's not vague. We have this one, but we don't have the other ones you did. But
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversation you had with D'Angelo White in that car. D'Angelo White wanted $20 for helping you out or helping the police give information, correct? He did. Okay, and you obviously you didn't pay him to give information, correct?
Not paying anyone to give information, not just him. That is not how I work and how I did police work.
Fair enough.
I also would argue this is highly unconstitutional. We can't see the witness. But apparently it's 2-minute warning for Karen, so we're going to go over here and get ready, guys. And we'll bring this up and get ready. Honest, his argument the judge isn't a great look. In this situation, though, this Judge Glanville, has been really, really bad at his job. You need to preserve the record for your client. So you got to fight. You got to fight. You got to fight. I think they have every right to fight like they did. Does this attorney seem a little off? No, to be fair, Chris, these attorneys have been jerked around for a couple of months now with a scummy prosecution team, a bunch of corrupt detectives who have lied and destroyed evidence. I don't blame them for being pissed off. I don't blame them for being pissed off one bit. Yeah, the state's pulled pieces for discovery. They haven't turned over the rest. And that's also an issue of Georgia law. That under Georgia law, you're not entitled to discovery at any point except at a minimum of 10 days before trial. So anything prior to that is just, good fortune on your part. Yeah. Chris says, I need to dig into this one then. You're going to be digging for years because it's day like 60 something and the trial started in November. That's how bad it is. The purpose of that was her telling the jury the defense is guilty and the judge took no action, even if not corrective. I guess I didn't hear that part, but we'll go back real quick and I'll go back and listen to that because I don't. Well, I get what you're. Sorry, I just listened to it again. I get what you're saying there. That. Why is this, hold on here. That's not. I get what you're saying there, but they're allowed to say that the bad guys did a bad guy thing. Yeah, they had a 10-minute sidebar on the issue. Okay. Oh, we're back. They're stirring. They're stirring. Yeah, Nick's covering all of it. Yeah, and that judge is terrible. They took off like a month because one of the defendants got stabbed. The rest of it's just been horrible trial preparation by the state.
All right, Mr. Lally, can we have Mr. O'Keefe again, please?
Yes.
Witness, please.
All right, Chattel, here we go. Also, how does Karen afford this many attorneys? That's not cheap. Does she have... I know she was like a financial person, but does her family have money too?
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. O'Keefe, you testifying before the lunch and recess before, you had indicated that defendant Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father.
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as Was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's got, excuse me, a ring. He had a ring doorbell, and then a ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, just in general,
yes.
do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 2 up on the screen. So I'm going to shift my approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you here as a laser point. Basically, just click this button.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, is not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
Okay. And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
You could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to that.
Right under the window.
And as far as these particular ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
Ooh, good one.
as far as your brother was, what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and is that
House is probably like $1 million in Massachusetts.
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it. But I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and what, if anything, in relation to the Ring that you observed.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the Ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach it.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the Ring camera that we're talking about,
I was pretty close,
have you
1.2
seen
mil.
those on like a disc form, is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Okay. Now, you want to maybe approach?
Yes.
Judge does not sound thrilled. Like, why do we keep approaching? So let's see what this is about. Now, you guys were wondering, I think down here on the bottom of the screen is where the jury is sitting. So there's the prosecutor's table. And then actually see if we can back this up in here and get a more zoomed out view. All right, let me see here. Yeah, so farther down, chat, I think is where the jury's way down here on the bottom of the screen. That's what I think they probably are. I assume when the camera's right there, it probably can see everybody. Is LA translating into jive for the no? She's speaking shorthand into the microphone. That's a way of doing court reporting.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are 2 discs, one labeled Meadow Ave Ring videos. Oh, sorry.
So They've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right, so the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So
That happens. You do that sometimes. You're like, oh, well, yes, guys, that lady speaking is a stenographer.
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr.
She's
Lally.
speaking into the
yes,
machine.
please.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera. If I could have video number 161. And if you could just pause that just for a moment.
It's David Lynch character.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the two people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before you, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you. So starting with Miss Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that one right there.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to is your vehicle, where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
I mean, that would be in the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have go mark 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through.
This is, come on, let's get to something.
Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
And again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
Captivating, chat. This is absolutely captivating. What's that rumbling noise? It's like pool balls inside a garbage can. Oh, it's a snowplow. There we go. Finally. Okay. That's a lot of snow. Snowplow being out makes sense.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169. Just there for a moment.
Please throw a snowball.
Now, as far as
do a snow angel
you
something.
mentioned earlier in testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well.
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please.
Yeah, why is the dead time here? Skip to the part we need.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit 6, if I could have number 176. Pause that right there. Now, from this video, you referenced early in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
Okay. I'm trying to be quiet here, but oh my gosh. I'm trying to be charitable. Like 543 people watching on YouTube. Thank you very much, guys. Please give me a like if you don't mind down below. Like,
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same Exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for the majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, the driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this. Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185? Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out, or sort of the friend of Patrick, the father of Patrick's friends, do you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether they PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
During the course of clearing a driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video. Thank you. And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239. Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day?
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
Mr. Courthouse, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Recognize that?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 1 up on. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge that a little.
No, they have not shown him running him over yet.
Thank you very much. And what's up on the screen, Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, do you recognize?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that vehicle?
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot in it. So.
And your niece, Kaylee, how did she feel about it?
She did not like it. Still doesn't.
Thanks, sir. May I approach this to retrieve your? I have nothing further.
All right.
That's what we
Mr.
end up.
O'Keefe, sir, I have no questions for you.
All right,
Yeah,
Mr.
what
O'Keefe,
do we
you're
get out
all
of this
set, sir.
guy?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This way, sir.
Yeah, I ain't got time for this dude.
1 second, Jody.
Yeah, did I see him missing taillight anywhere? Did I see her treating him poorly? Guys, like
You're next.
I'm sorry. Your comment.
what did I miss? What did we miss? To the judge, she just sighed.
Actually, almost ready. I was just give the court adjourned.
Yeah,
in
that
case
was
now
that
we
was
get
a
truth,
mouse
falsehood,
fart.
nothing but the truth, so help you
It's a popcorn fart, chat. Hey, LTDs are pretty cool cars. Oh my god.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Let's take a guess how obnoxious her accent's gonna be. On a scale of 1 to 10. I'm thinking like an 8. You guys ready? Here we go.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe.
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our 2 girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
It'll be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for?
Currently, I switched jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
Director.
And you said you switched jobs, so how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret.
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what is sort of the age difference between the 3?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul, 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
Do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now, excuse me. At some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know, at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet, or
just Kaylee?
Just Kaylee. So fair to say she was relatively young at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some
That's a
point
one-way
subsequent to
ticket.
that, she passed, is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later.
Sometime in fall, November of 2013.
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kay?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you call them Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of became the plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids, sort of assumed that role?
Maybe 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? And before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you deem or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships with?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
Correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
So for clarity purposes, for the record, you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
And I just asked the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course of, when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Miss Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, John O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Very true.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed, or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
I have an idea. Hold on.
With respect to their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful. And, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis?
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say, I'm hey and driving, or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
Was that something, how often would you do
that? Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring you back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year's?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our 2 girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
And do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and Johnny O'Keefe?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed, the defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean, it's sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Tillelli, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe. Thank you.
Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th into January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now,
they're establishing she was mad and she had a score to settle. And they were fighting.
On that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No.
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time in January 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for?
The younger daughter. It was after 3:00.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this, with regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league? Is that correct?
Town league.
Town. And did all of you, and by all I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described. What, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up, and she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that? If you...
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Reed?
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regard to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day of the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow was coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgewater?
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th, and if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband called?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
Do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe? Is that
correct?
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they doing?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Carrie Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, you just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time he was leaving?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, Karen, what the hell is going on? And she just yelled back in the phone, John's dead. And Carrie Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, no, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him. And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Carrie's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen, and then Carrie was going to pick up my in-laws.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next learned as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Carrie in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital, and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself, so I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Carrie had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by the doctor?
Objection.
All right, sustained.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant this week?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay? So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad and they were driving to Dighton.
And what, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John Young?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went
What, if
back
anything?
and called Carrie and Jen
Oof.
so that they could drive together.
And by Carrie, you understood that to mean Carrie Roberts?
Carrie Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that to mean?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Carrie and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything else, did the defendant say to you as far as?
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd
Well, she feeling guilty of all the times they
Now,
fought.
in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that?
Like, I did it.
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was interesting. So they had a fight, it sounds like, over a kid. If I'm wrong, Chad, it sounds like he kissed someone while they were in Aruba.
Last question, ma'am. So, in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
All right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you.
Really? Wow.
Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Sarif to the stand.
I'm actually surprised at that one. So now we know apparently Karen found out he was kind of doing the hippity dippity. Maybe, or just kissing a chick down in Aruba. Well, it certainly wasn't Natalie Holloway. And Karen was mad about that. That certainly gives her reason to kill him. Maybe that's the argument the prosecutors are going down the road of, like that's an issue. But she got along with O'Keefe's family really well. And then, yeah, she showed up to not pick up the kids, but pick up her stuff. Yeah, these are kind of good points, but they're not like super good. I mean, they're starting to make some sense of this whole thing.
Go phone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Sarif, S-A-R-A-F, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you
Wait, what's your
working with
first
the
name,
Canton Police
officer?
Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you would typically patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something else?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does.
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of impending coming?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time that, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close to a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you have been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They usually were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in Kent?
So the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
It's a right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that?
Nothing that I recall.
And that particular, coming from the Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest.
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down. It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Now, as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, I mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
You sell bacon
What,
at
if
Dunkin'
anything,
Donuts?
beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay, so you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes,
so you could see the 3 women, and you could see a person on the ground.
that's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene, and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person, a drug user? He's have an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second there. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, his carotid.
Sort of his carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how is he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really.
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of him, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like
it was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold, obviously January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first left?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
Was straight ahead.
Straight ahead, okay. And
a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mulaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mulaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
About how long was it between when Officer Mulaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And then at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine?
Yeah, yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what, if any, sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34 Fairview?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that,
better off grabbing a heater than
the fire department came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Ooh. Not that he wiped the blood, but blood had already been wiped. That's a good point for Karen.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as
He could identify
Ms.
what
Reed,
wiped
firstly,
blood looks
do
like.
you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Sitting at the table right there, black.
Or does that record reflect
You
identification?
can't call her black, officer. Come on, bro.
After the fire department arrived, when they sort of take
Wow.
over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical.
And
she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper? Is it a scream? Or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is he dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off of the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn, is that correct?
That is
And where
correct.
were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And from, if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what, if any, footprints, or what, if any, disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Now, Officer Saraf, about how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, and Miss Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in the time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they, what happened? And what were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Miss Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Miss McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Miss Reed. You asked her what happened and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Miss McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Miss McCabe or Miss Roberts without reference to what they told you?
No. I mean,
let me rephrase.
Yeah.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss Roberts?
I didn't speak with Miss Roberts, I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Miss Roberts on scene?
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mullaney was.
One of the other two officers that were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
I can't wait to hear it.
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour and a half. Is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but.
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
Yes, correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Miss Reed, the defendant left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
And do you know why she came?
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No.
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Miss Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
Probably not, because by the time he gets there, people are a bit on the scene. Like there's footprints all around. Guys, George Kelly's meeting right now. It's 1:30 Mountain Time. So that means right now they're 2 hours behind.
And Your Honor, if I may request the lights be dim.
Okay, could we dim, please?
Unless Arizona's Western. Yeah, it's on Mountain Standard Time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen. Thank you very much. Now, Officer Sarif, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
it's the house, 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed
Really?
when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
No way. The whole state doesn't observe it?
This is just a laser point. Yep. I'm trying not to point it in anybody's eyes. So basically, this button here, if you just click on that, and that will shine wherever you want.
I'll be damned.
So from this
The whole
photograph
state.
in exhibit number 8,
Jesus.
sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when he first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. Could please enlarge, thank you. Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It's a street.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry. Let's see.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13 is that what's up on the screen.
Yes, this is.
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes,
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
that is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one. And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes.
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate?
That's seriously the best camera they have? This is potato mode. You can't tell anything.
Trail of the footprints that you were talking.
Did they use the detective's razor to take these?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
My God. They have really high taxes in Massachusetts.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 18. Thank you, Ms. Cameron. If you could enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much. Now, from this photograph, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes.
And this is
Can you tell
34 Fairview
anything?
Road, correct?
That is correct.
And in regard to,
I don't see any
you
tire
mentioned
tracks,
some sort of
exactly.
landmarks off to the left side of the property facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh, sorry.
If you could just describe what you're.
So there's the flagpole right there. There's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived?
It's right in this area right here.
Now, if I could turn back just a moment, when you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed? As far as you're driving a vehicle, are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window, a combination of both, or?
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
And that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side of it?
I saw the vehicle.
Camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can get you across. I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Oxford, but if I could ask the lights again. Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as Exhibit 25. And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. So Officer Sarif, what's up on the screen? Is that
more potato
what you recall
cam
as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th Fair, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointer there?
Sorry. Whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, sign, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're sort of looking in
awful
real
body
time,
cam
correct?
footage.
Correct.
Dude, gee, or car dash
So, Ms.
cam.
Gilman, if you could just let it run.
This is just awful. Ugh.
Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this briefly. So, Officer Sheriff, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
So this right here is Chapman Street.
God, I wish we could speed up, chat. This is awful. God, bro, get out and smack your windshield wiper. That
This
would
right
drive me
here
crazy.
is Fairview.
Jeez, these guys get DUIs with these.
So, officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
How are we going to be able to tell that happens? Jesus, the camera makes the road sound. They have no the cars have no suspension.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Where? I don't see it. Nobody can see your spotlight.
If you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
Right there.
Okay, now his spotlight's on. Badoom, runs over fucking John O'Keefe.
Now, Officer Sarah, this is you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the two females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
Sounds like a bedroom community.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number one, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number two, where you observed the three females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
What? They're right here? I can't see three human beings. Maybe. Is that a person? Is this a person? Is that what he's claiming? I can't tell there's three people there. Can you? Can you tell me there's three people standing right there? Holy cow.
If you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
Okay, I guess I was right. Those were barely identifiable people. I can tell you how much I wouldn't have shot at a target. You told me there was a person there. Kill that person. I can't see. There are 4 lights. I don't see the taillight smashed out. So where is
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Stop speaking to.
so where did the mic?
I have no further questions to this
Normally
witness,
these
Your Honor.
guys have like a microphone attached, like you can hear stuff. You couldn't hear him after he closed the door. Like, where is she out screaming and crying? We can't see any of it. And some of you guys might say, why isn't there a lot of radio traffic? This is like a bedroom community. It's probably a sleepy little suburb where nothing really happens. So that's why there's probably not like, all kinds of Boston radio traffic.
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay. So jurors, we're going to stop for the day.
Really?
I have to caution you, those same 3
4
cautions.
o'clock.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just
Yeah, I'll move
remind you,
that box.
tomorrow will be
So here's
a
what happens.
day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with the mid-morning.
That's why I
Thank you
put
very
it
much.
there.
See you tomorrow.
I'm not giving them
All right,
credit.
please, jurors, close your notebooks and leave them on your chairs. First roll call.
Your chairs. Oh, Vodka Bliss has lots of things happen there. It's not a great town. Oh. Yeah, this is the short day, guys. These are like banker's hours. Dang, man.
All right. Could I see counsel at sidebar for a moment, please?
Sidebar. Oh, let's see what's happening. Come on. I want to see what they're talking about. Yeah, they started at 10 because it's a little different today. Yes, but they're working on the Michelle Trakunas time frame. Start at 10, end at 3:30. That's why Michelle Trakunas was like 28 days. Why sidebar when the jury is in a room? Because she doesn't want all of us to hear it. So maybe it's planning, maybe it's something, I don't know. But she doesn't want us to hear it. I don't think he was the detective at this time. I think he was driving a squad. At that time, he was just patrolman. I mean, let's see if they come to anything else. Judge is like, yes. Judge is sitting there saying, like, brah, is this all you really got? Come on, man. No. Brad says it's Passover. Hoy vey. Hoy vey. At least you can understand the witnesses in the prosecution, unlike the YSL trial. Yes. Oh. But yeah, we're gonna have to go back and look at those pictures, chat, because those are just brilliant. Brilliant. Is this your angle here? Yes, this is my camera angle. I called it. I told them, like, listen, guys, I need this one. And they're like, all right. But yeah, long crime, they don't deserve this after what they did to me back in the day. So I cover them up. After what they did to me in my channel when I was starting out. Nothing but contempt for them. It's going to be a really long 6 weeks. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, once they stop, we're going to go back and look at those pictures because those I can't see anything in those. Especially those that are taken in the day. That's after those three women plus the cop plus EMTs have stomped all over the crime scene. Those pictures do nothing at that point. Those pictures do nothing. I don't see any tire tracks, or is the theory he got up and kind of like walked into the yard and was like, died? I don't know. I hear you just couldn't see what's happening. No, I get it. Totally understand. Totally understand, Mr. E. I just need you to understand. It's like, law and crime and this is all done out of principle. Yeah, plus the other footprints would have been buried by the snowstorm. Yeah, I mean, like, it looks like it snowed pretty good. Divance Moore saying, wait, it hasn't been 6 weeks today. No. Starting from today, it's 6. Well, actually, last week is 6 weeks. So it's going to be another 5 to 6 weeks from here. Yes, the goggles, they do nothing. Yeah, I don't know, chat. And we might have enough time to cover the George Kelly stuff. If the snow that thick, it wasn't that chick. That's a funny one. That opening was 6. Yeah, the opening felt like it was 6 weeks. Luke says, I fell asleep. How are y'all doing? Not guilty. Not guilty. Not fucking guilty right now. I don't see how they can convince me otherwise. Oh, they froze up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Let's see. That's not good. Also, 500 some odd people here, guys, in YouTube. Thank you for being here. Like I said, my name is Sean. I'm also known as Potentially Criminal. I am a defense attorney in the Cleveland, Ohio area. Focus on criminal stuff. Obviously, like today, what we got going on with Karen Reed. And okay, yeah, it's done. All right, well, yay me. I'll take over the screen. So, yeah, I'm not impressed with today. I am not impressed with today. We're going to rewind back a little bit, though, because here are the pictures, and if you guys see something, tell me. Also, guys, if you have any questions, please put them in there. I'll take a look at them. Going back to a couple things there. Bush says, did she kill him in Aruba? No. Well, then she was probably digging a hole and be like, oh, crap, I found Natalie Holloway. Brennan Coe said they aren't her kids to pick up. Yeah, fair enough answer. Fair enough answer. Jennifer Thomas says, I'm 6 hours behind, but just wanted to say hey. Well, thank you. Thank you. Sunshine says the cop sellers must be decent to afford these houses. Well, I mean, they make a minimum of like 100 up to 300K a year, like government jobs out in like Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. You make some bank. He says 16,000 Karens over an Emily stream. And Bush says the prosecutor is going to say her frantic acting is a sign of guilt. Watch, and if she had stood there and said nothing, also guilty. Oh, I think so. I think so. Did I go over the charges at lunch? Well, I mean, no, not yet. Not yet. We didn't go over those charges. Yeah, spot the sniper in this video. He says, say something based. I need you to impress me. I hope the FBI is disbanded in a rather kinetic fashion. How about that? But no, I'm seriously looking at this. This is done during the day after all these people have gone around and stomped in the snow. This doesn't tell me anything. These pictures are worthless. You know, this is another picture. This looks like it's well off the road. So does that mean that O'Keefe stumbled out of the road into the snow and died? I don't see like tire tracks like because you'd have to do it like that. You don't see tire tracks like her backing in and then leaving. There's none of that. There's nothing to indicate a car was used. And then we go to this we'll pull up to this part again.
And then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the three females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number one, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number two, where you observed the three females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
And you notice the prosecutor didn't say, hey, this is Karen's car, isn't it? Guys, if you can tell me. I don't know that part of the story. If this is Karen's car, right? Like the lights on this aren't banged out. They didn't point that out. Oh, hers is black? Okay. I mean, and let's think of, hold on here. We can actually break something down, chat. Here, easy enough. This is the shoulder of the road. I'm assuming this car and this is right along the shoulder of the road here. And let's say the road goes on like that for a while. If we rewind this back a couple of frames, because remember, the house is way over here. So they're on the left-hand side of the road. This is the right-hand side of the road. This is where you're supposed to drive. This is oncoming. So they're parked in oncoming traffic. All right. Just keep that in mind here. We got something I'm thinking here. He's like, it looks like he's a good, I don't know, this mass, and this is where all the people are standing, like right here. That looks like a good 5 to 10 feet. That's a good 5 to 10 feet from the road. I don't, Mr. E says, no, they're sitting on the curb. Well, no, because this is the edge of the road right here. And if I'm wrong, fine. But like, this looks like the edge of the road. Because right here is the edge of the road as well. This is the edges of the road. And that's what I'm thinking. Let's go here.
Wouldn't mind just running this until about 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, hold on here. That's not the curb. That's well into the grass. Like, this is the curb. They're over here. That's not the curb at all. I don't think. It's hard to tell on it. That's reasonable. There's some doubt here. There's a car in the background. That cannot be 3 people. What do you mean? I think we need a summer photo to compare to. Yeah, he's halfway in between the road and the front door out in the yard. Yeah. There's I don't see how Karen Reed did this right now. Yeah, it looks like an embankment on the right. It looks like a hill. The taillight is broken on the way to the hospital. It's on video. All right, well, there we go. But hold on here. Let's see. Karen Reed. See if we can find the location. Where's the exact place? Because I don't have that. If you guys can give me the address, I will bring it up. Address location. Okay, let's see here. Because if you guys give it to me, we could street view it. James says you ignore an obvious embankment. Well, what? The embankment's the side of the road. Let's see if he's able to the curb. I don't know how much, though. Top of the video, of course. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I see that now. Hold on here. All right. Google Maps. All right, what do we got? 42 17 395. $42 17 395 71 15358. All right, here we go. Okay, well, here we go. Here's street view. Here's street view. So this is Fairview Road. And here's, so from here, that's the, you guys are talking about an embankment. Here's the embankment right here. That's that embankment where the snow is. And we saw those cars were parked like here, here, and here. And it looks like the SUV was like parked like right here. The cop pulls up kind of like this. Like he's coming in from the main line, and because this wasn't fully plowed, it looks like his body would have been like here. Or if we can slide forward just a hair. Because now we're not allowed to look at this house. Yeah, it felt like his body's going to be like right here, way out of the road. And then here's the SUV. And then here comes the police car. Just turn around behind you. It's not the wrong house. What do you mean it's behind me? Behind me. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. We'll do 34 Fairview. Here. 34 Fairview. 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Massachusetts. Yeah, guys, that's it. That's the blocked out house. We are where we're supposed to be. So that's exactly where it's supposed to be. So no, this is the right house. We're like, there's no, what other house? Because it's not that house. And this is that embankment you guys are talking about. Like I said, it's a hill. It's a bit of a, well, actually, it's not even really an embankment. It's the ground going. It's a little bit of built up for the house, but that looks like a natural hill anyway. So yeah. And besides, this house has been blurred out because it's the murder house. I mean, like, let's be real, chat. Like, we know it's there. We know it's there. Because certainly it's not down here. Because now we're in front of that. And it's not this house. Because that's not the house. And notice he came around a corner. On the thing, when he pulled up, he was coming around a corner. This is it. Right here. This is it. Look for the fire hydrant. I don't see it. I don't think there's a way a snowplow could have thrown him up in the yard. Oh, the snowplow would have torn him apart if it did it. Sean was right. You know, funny thing is, you know how many times 2.0 spends most of her day saying that, believe it or not. Boomer says they were parked on the other side of the road. No, they were parked on the left-hand side of the road. They were parked facing traffic. They were parked facing this way. Because you could see the hill and everything over here on this side. Who blurred the house? You can request Google blurs your house. It's a bit of a pain in the butt, though. Brad says turn 180 degrees. Fine. Turning 180 degrees. Oh, you guys are saying this is it? So is this it or is this it? Is this it? Okay, because if this is it, the exact same thing applies. Well, then why is there no embankment right here? This doesn't make any sense. When we watch the video, There's like a snow embankment. There's like a hill. Let me see if I can back up a little further. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to. All right. He on the video comes through an intersection pretty quick. See if there's is there an intersection down here? Here, because here's where he's coming up. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, you're right. That fence is right there. All right. So, yeah, if he's looking, because that's that fence. This is that fence right here. That's the fence. And now we're coming up. Either way. So, the SUV is right here. They're like right there. And the cop pulls up here. I mean, she would have to like run him over, or there's no tire tracks or anything. Even if you want to say he's close to the road, but if like halfway to the house, that puts him like right there. And that white SUV is like right here. So how did he get to the point where she ran him over and then he walked like over to here and died? I don't see that. From the plow pushing snow? I don't know. It's a house turtle blazes background. Okay, well that's the one I'll use for now. Yeah, I'm not convinced. Notice the flags and the hydrant. What am I looking for? All right, flags. What flags? Okay, notice the flags and the hydrant. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, he's like right here, roughly. In between the house and the road, like it's this whole area. So like he could be right there, he could be right there. Let's go back to the thing, see if we can see a little better. Yeah, so like I said, he's okay, so yeah, he's right here. And I'd argue that puts him about like right there. Maybe. I mean, think about that. Because if you're coming up as the cop, you're going to see them like right here. Okay. Doesn't really change a whole lot. Like I said, he's somewhere in the middle of the yard. That's how did he get run over? Did he crawl? Maybe he did crawl. I don't know. The address is 34 Mansfield Road, Canton, Massachusetts. Stuff flies when hit, but the snowplow would have to be going like highway speed. Like, if you guys have driven down the highway, you've seen the snowplows where it's going like 70 and it's just like that's how fast it would have to go to throw a guy who's probably weighs 180, 200 pounds that far. A snowplow just chugging along at 10 miles an hour ain't going to do it. So, and lose his shoes. Well, no crawling tracks in the snow. Well, then how did he get there? I mean, because that throws up a question too. If there's no tracks, how does this work? You know what I mean? Like, I don't. I mean, you guys understand where I'm coming from with this, right? Like, how do you get from? I mean, because if there's no drag, so there's no drag marks. There's no footprints coming from the house to here. And there's no drag marks from like the road to here. That didn't happen. And there's no like swerving off the road to come hit him or coming from this way. I mean, what the hell happened? How do you get his body there? I mean, I'm going to have to be not guilty if they can't. They're going to have to prove the logistics of how the body moved. Because I'm very confused about how they get the body there. Hands and legs being held and swung by two people. I don't think so. I get what you're trying to say. I mean, Jason, do I really believe him? You know what? Here's the point, though. If I believe him, then the state's story is even dumber. But like all those footprints all around him, I don't know what those were. All those footprints all over the area. Who made these? Who did what? You know, we know the women made a bunch of them right there. But it's garbage. You could believe him, and then if you believe the officer, the state's story is even shittier because they can't prove how the body got there. Because if they found tire tracks, he would have said something, but there weren't. So, fine, we'll take them at their word. They can't explain to you how the body ended up there, reasonable doubt. So I would give it to him. I'd let him say that. Yeah, he was put there by the guys in the house that killed him. Sure. It could be. But, I mean, whoever did it, if the cop's saying there was no footprints from the house, well, then how did it get there? Easy enough. That gives you reasonable doubt. Yes, I've seen this one. He fell off the roof. And it was snowing. Tracks cover up fast with the good snow. Yeah, but you'd still see like little bumps and I don't know though. Coffin, not Voffin. I said Coffindoffer. I said Coffin. Jennifer Voffendoffer. Did I say Voffin? Whatever. The snow covered the tracks from the house. That takes a lot of snow. Takes a lot of snow. Tim says a helicopter. Yes. On the Dilatov Pass, footprints were there for weeks. Yeah, but I did a little different here, though. In an active snowstorm. I don't think the state is an accident reconstruction expert on their witness list. They don't. Then how can you prove it happened? What's your theory? Like her saying, I did this is all my fault. She could be saying, we had a fight and I kicked him out of the car and now he's dead. There's a million ways you can interpret that. And Wonderground, what is this? My lovely producer is hiding in the back. She's not saying hi to you guys, though. I just want to hear how long freeze the search justification. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. They wanted more weather. Okay, so it's got to get it loading up. See if I can load it up. The wind would help cover up tracks. Yeah. I did this could also be a question, not a statement. Yeah, but people aren't going to believe it to be a question. They'll believe it to be a statement. Did I see the soft sit flag? What? I don't think I saw. Hold on here. 34 Fairfield Road. Guys. We need to have a talk. The soft sit flag. Be careful who you say it's in front of, because that is a Marine Corps flag, United States Marine Corps. And that's an eagle, globe, and anchor right there. And that's the scroll. You say that to a Marine, they might kill you. That's not a soft sit flag. That's a Marine flag. Unless you're thinking of another one in the area. Besides, in Massachusetts, you start flying like a soft sit flag, you mean like a Gadsden? You're going to get, like, the police are raiding your house. But no, that's a Marine Corps flag. So, spoiler alert, this won't end well for Karen Reed. Well, I'll be curious. We'll see. Do you think the dog marks could have been the dog trying to wake him up? Yeah, maybe. They're literally my cousin Vinnying it. No, it's all good, Brad. I'm just saying, be careful. Marines might kill you for that. What if the Marine flag has fringe? Fringe, yeah. The flag of the great crayon eaters. They are a tribe not to be messed with. Do not trifle them. Vodka Blood says, it's not that bad here. I have the feeling. I'd fly some flags they'd probably get a little curious about, but we'll see. So why would the dog be out in front knowing with it? Well, that's going to be something they're going to have to show up with. From... Okay, here we go. And this is from 2.0. And real quick, we're going to switch over to George Kelly in a second. So we're about to start his hearing. Okay, let's see. The temperature, the precipitation throughout the day. Okay. Half inch. Well, that's quite a bit of snow over the course of a day. A lot of wind. Wow. A lot of wind throughout the day. It's going to be chilly willy. Yeah, it was above freezing, and by the end of the night, it was 13 degrees. So that's interesting. David says, Karen is guilty. Clear from the first witness. Yes. Salvador, how you doing, Dolly? And Hella, how are you doing? Wind fills in the tracks. Yeah. Luke says, admit your mistake and say we're right all along. No, I'm not going to admit a mistake. My mistake for not believing Turtle Boy? Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for not having trust in that man. And then he's running around being a spaz. That's, yeah. Oh, that Yake's on my face. I'm not believing him after that. Okay, let's see here. K-Gun 9. Okay, let's see here. Live. Nope. Actually, hold on here. Let's see. K-Gun 9. Watch now. Tell me we're doing George Kelly. Come on. Oh, here we go, chat. We got it.
YouTube channel.
Rise, por favor.
This is the best sound we got.
Criminal law motion calendar for Division 1 for Monday, April 29th, 2024. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have the right under Arizona law to justice and due process. This includes the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at the court proceedings, to a prompt and final conclusion of the case, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation with police scheduling, and sentence.
So guys, if you don't remember, George Kelly was subject to a mistrial last week. The judge said they'd set up for a hearing this week. We're finding out if the state's going to retry him or not. So let's watch. I think there's part of another docket here as well. It's not just George Kelly. This might be his afternoon docket. So we may have to wait a minute. Let's just watch.
And receive restitution from a person who has been convicted of causing your loss. If you have not already been provided with a full statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office.
Si usted es la víctima o representante de víctimas con un asunto pendiente ante este tribunal, se le informa que tiene derechos bajo la ley de Arizona que incluyen, entre otros, el derecho de ser tratado con justicia, respeto y dignidad, a un juicio sin demora, de estar presente durante los procesos judiciales, de elegir si se someterá a una entrevista por el acusado o su abogado, de ser escuchado antes de que el juez decida sobre las condiciones de libertad, la negociación de un convenio, la programación de las citas y la imposición de la pena, y de recibir restitución por parte de la persona condenada por haber causado sufrimiento. Si aún no se le ha proporcionado una declaración escrita de todos los derechos que tiene.
What happened? What?
Good afternoon, Brenda Larkin on behalf of George Allen Kelly. He's present out of custody. I believe on Zoom is co-counsel Ms. Lothor.
She is. I can see her on the Zoom call. Very well. This case was tried to a jury. The jury was not able to reach a verdict. The court declared a mistrial. I think it was on Friday, April 19th, 2024. We set a hearing for today's date to status hearing to determine what the plan is as far as the state's concerned. So Ms. Hunley's on her feet. And Ms. Hunley, what can you tell the court?
Your Honor, because of the unique circumstances and challenges surrounding this case, the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office has decided not to seek a retrial.
Yes! That's right. Suck it dry.
Is that a motion to dismiss?
We can file one, Your Honor.
Yes! Yes! Yes, 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 yes.
That's fine. So the state can file a motion to dismiss. But
That's how it's done, George.
I assume the state's going to ask for a dismissal without prejudice. Is that right?
Let's go!
All right. Do you want to be heard on that? Or do you want us to set a hearing on whether or not the court should dismiss with or without prejudice at a later date?
We can set a hearing at a later date, Your Honor. That works for us, Your Honor.
All right, very well. So the state will file a written motion to dismiss. Then the court will set a hearing. The hearing will be regarding whether or not the court should dismiss with or without prejudice. Is there anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lothor?
Yes, sir.
Anything
So
from-
I'm on mute.
No, I can hear you. Anything else from?
I'm not on mute.
Anything else from you?
No, sir. It was a pleasure, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Then we're adjourned on that matter. Thank you. But I will, hold on a second. Mr. Kelly and Ms. Larkin.
Discharge him. He's off
Court is going
bond.
to grant the motion to dismiss, obviously. The only issue remaining is whether or not the dismissal is with or without prejudice. The state having indicated that it's filing a motion to dismiss, the court's going to grant the dismissal. It's also going to exonerate any bond that's been posted. The defendant is free from any restrictions or encumbrances associated with this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd also ask for the return of his property.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Any property that
It's
Mr. and Mrs.
done,
Kelly
chat.
seized
He gets
in
his
the
gun
custody
back,
by the
too.
Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office or the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office is ordered to be returned forthwith to the defendant.
And when the state files their motion, we'll ask that the dismissal be with prejudice.
We'll have a hearing on it.
Yes.
All right, thanks. We're adjourned.
Kathy
Victor
Lawthorpe,
Contreras Diaz,
Brent, you guys did great.
Can't shoot back.
That's some OG stuff right there by his attorneys. Gangster.
I need to go get Yes.
Nice.
So let's
Nice.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Cannon for the state. I'm covering this afternoon for.
He didn't have to sell his land. He still got his land. He didn't have to sell his land. He still owns it. Okay, Caffney says, I told you they won it. You know what? Like I said, I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. God bless Texas. This happened in Arizona, but yes.
The record shows
I'm reaching out to them now. Actually, after I'm done here, I'm going to reach out to them.
Good afternoon, Mr. Contreras Diaz.
He crowdsourced. People contributed to his legal defense.
What could you tell us about this case on Ms. Molnar's behalf?
Judge, she sent a plea, and my understanding that she did explain.
I'd be willing to interview George as well. Yeah, now it's now the guy filming's like, yeah, screw it, we're done. Oh wow, that was some good stuff. Porcelain Thunder says the one holdout for guilty was obvious. Well, yeah, as you know, everybody but one is not guilty. That's a sign you dump it. Sue for false prosecution, you have no case for that. Aside from the immunity prosecutors enjoy, there was a dead body in a property and you admitted to firing a weapon around that time that this body died. This person died. That's probable enough cause to take a case of trial. That is 100% probable enough cause. So no, there's no, this is far from a malicious prosecution, guys. Far, far from it. Yes, George Kelly was the rancher down in Arizona who got acquitted. Yeah, and he gets all of his stuff back. Everything. His AK. I hope he's like, I want my flashlight back. Although, God, I'm halfway tempted to buy George like an actual mounting setup for his AK. Like, prejudice hearing will be at a later date. But I'm thinking the judge probably will dismiss this with prejudice after hearing all the evidence. But they're giving up after hearing everything. I'm sure he's going to do that. But they're giving back all the evidence. So now that gun, if George goes out there and rips off like 1,000 rounds through it, that gun is completely messed with now. So Sweet Tooth is saying, what is the difference? With prejudice means it's never coming back ever, 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 ever. Without prejudice means they could still try it at a later date. And they could try it as long as there's statute of limitations. And the statute of limitations for murder is forever. So there's a big difference there. I have to buy him a mount. He'd actually have to want to do it. But yes, him and Meemaw Shark get to go home. Him and Meemaw Shark are going home, which is good. Which is very good. So. Let's see. So he's got 2 really good attorneys. And yeah, I wish him nothing but the best here. Don't they have to retry the case within a certain amount of time? They have 60 days to ultimately retry it, but if they dismiss the case with prejudice, if they dismiss the case without prejudice, they can bring the case back at a new future date. But from there, that 60 days or whatever's left, they're going to have to try it. So, Tom's saying, how's the chipping coming along? I have not had the chance to chip in the past, like, 2 weeks. I'm going to have to play again soon in the yard, but it was looking pretty good. But yes, thank you, Tom. And guys, if you want some good YouTube tips out there, Tom Gillis Golf Instruction is a good YouTube channel for it. Guaranteed 15 strokes off your game. Yeah, Kathy Lothorpe is a shark. Oh, they were good. When I saw that AIDS Moby was not there, I'm pretty sure they were not retrying. I agree. Richard's saying, don't they always drag their feet giving back firearms? A lot of times they do, but not out west. They won't jerk around like that. HM says 15 strokes off my game. I might break 200. Homegirl says without prejudice, they could go to trial if new evidence. No, they could go to trial with the same evidence they have right now. Everything they have right now, they could go to trial on. So that's the issue. If it's with prejudice, though, they're dead in the water. Jim says California's out west. In Ohio, if you're past the Mississippi River, you're out west. So, guys, yeah, we're all set. If this is a highlight of the state's case for Karen Reed, though, getting back to her, this is a disaster. This is a disaster. Josh can't fix this. Rittenhouse was with prejudice. Well, that's because Kyle got acquittals. That was the thing. Yes, Ohio was the original Western frontier. Yes, it was. So, all right, guys. I will not do Ohio think the Mississippi is an ocean, pretty much. So, guys, I will not be available tomorrow. I've got court tomorrow. I am so sorry for that you guys will not be able to hang out. I have a Wednesday. I have one hearing, and I will be coming right back. And then I think, what's my schedule looking like? I have an 8 a.m. court hearing. I'll be done before they start. We'll be covering this on Thursday, and then Friday. Don't know. I got to see if we're going to have this one continued on us. Wednesday might not happen either. I might be available Wednesday as well. Calling sick. I can't do that. You got to show up to stuff. People pay you. You're working for people. You got to show up and get the work done. Got to show up and get the work done. Josh says, thanks for covering it. Good luck in court. Thank you. I will need it tomorrow. That'll be some good stuff. Emily D is covering the live trial. Is it? Yeah, there's a lot of people that are covering it. So I appreciate it if you guys are, if you guys aren't here, I understand you're going to watch it live. I will try to do a trial recap tomorrow in the evening, and we'll catch up from there. So that'll be the plan. If I try to do a trial wrap up, I was thinking it'll probably start around like 8, and we'll probably run it like at 1.5 speed. Remember, we'll be able to cut through a lot of parts. And yes, I can't ditch court. I have to show up. So like I said, guys, if I'm not live streaming it, I will do a recap if you enjoyed myself. If you guys did enjoy me, we also do a Thursday show every night, or not a weekly show every Thursday at 9:30. We kind of cover what's going on during the week. And you guys can find that here. It's on YouTube. If you guys did enjoy this, please please give me a like. Please give me a subscribe. I would appreciate it. And Rock Pope says court is optional. It's not optional. It's not optional. As far as tonight, guys, well, we've got almost started talking about this. I won't have another thing ready to go, but we are going to be live on Locals tonight. If you guys don't know what Locals is, it's basically Patreon. I've got all the tools, and you can watch the live stream there. We'll be hanging out, having fun. All stuff we don't normally talk about here. And you can use the promo code SWITCH to get 1 month free access, which allows you to watch the stream for free. Should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it, guys. And I owe you a pineapple. I do not owe you that. So I know I'm back. Does it sound better now? Does it sound better now? I'm underwater. Okay, well, very fine. There, it's off. So if you guys do a promo code SWITCHY, you get 1 month free. You can hang out with us. Like I said, starting at 8:30 tonight. It will be a lot of fun. We usually go about 3 hours. It's well within. You have to bring in the sound slowly. Well, it sounds better now because I shut it off. So that's why. So I'm playing it right now, and I'm gonna bring it in just a hair, see what happens. Anyway, we'll just keep talking. We're going all night, chat and meet the goal. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. So, and in the meantime, guys, I will see you later. And until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. George Kelly's definitely not guilty, and Karen Reed, I'm pretty sure, is not guilty. So, good night, everybody. Take care, chat.